was trying to pop up the Twitch chat while I was getting that fired up, so you may have heard some double audio there for a bit. Yeah, still not great at streaming, but getting better. So I can't see Twitch chat, which is a problem. If I can just mute site, let me see if I can pull it up real fast. I don't think there's anyone really there, but you never know. I don't think there's anyone really there, but you never know. Yeah, I can't take that. So if you're in Twitch chat, probably not by now, so I didn't really talk about this stream coming on. It was sort of a last minute thing. The thinking for today is to do, I'm going to work on a new photo site for myself. I'm going to work on it with Ari. And yeah, I'm basically just going to start from dead scratch. Like, I still have no idea what it's going to be, exactly how I want it to be. I'll probably pull some inspiration type stuff, look at a couple of the photographer websites, maybe pick up some things I like, and hopefully get myself a better idea of what the fuck we're going to do with this. This is kind of as one of the other collaborations we're working on right now is, I don't know, it may be like on hold for a little bit, so got a little bit of time to kill, and yeah, I figure why not show the process of this thing. So I haven't even thought about like overall structure, but like, so this is like dead scratch. Like, I didn't think I'd be working on this just yet, but gonna make a hard pivot. And so we'll be going through like inspiration today. Hopefully get through to like rough wireframing, kind of how I see the flow coming together. And then just see where it goes. And I may not like talk as much through some of this stuff. I don't know if I talk too much in general. I say a lot of ums and ahs, and it's kind of just filling dead air with stupidity, which I don't know if that's doing anyone any favors. So let's see what we can do here. I think I'm gonna have to desktop stream this. So this stuff here. Is the audio all right for anyone to hear? Like, there's a big fucking air conditioner right next to me right now. It's getting warm. I'll try and like maybe turn it on and off. I don't know if I can do something with the audio, so it's not like obnoxiously loud. The mic does kind of like clip out some of that stuff, but I don't know. It may pick it up. Yeah, let's quit farting around to it. Oh, yeah. So I'll probably make a separate board. Audio sounds good. Sweet. Thank you, Federico. Appreciate it. That's kind of surprising because like I have my noise canceling headphones on and I'm just like about 6 inches from it. And it like it has like one mode, just like fucking all out. One mode. Figure it out. It's still loud and better, but it's quieter than it was before. Oh my god, that's wild. Makes you feel the cold so it works. So this is the first time I've had air conditioning, and I'm in like a second story apartment, and it's not that hot. I think like right now it's like 80 or something Fahrenheit. I don't know what that is, Celsius. Yeah, just like with this, and then like the Mac Pro is a heater, so it's almost like that feeling um, if you're like driving down and it's cold and you got the the heater on. That's the best way I can describe it. I don't know. It's like hot and cold in my house. I can walk out the door and it's hot. I'm glad you guys can't hear it. Hot Pinterest. So hot right now. uh, yeah, I got my candles. That's a whole different thing. I'm gonna work on a little candle brand, I think. Um, Still sorting that one out. I wonder if I could just. Um, so this is like my current site inspo, and I want it to feel kind of tangential to what's already there. So I don't. I mean, I really probably. I think everyone here is probably sick and tired of me pulling up this site. Uh-oh, that's not ideal. I didn't test really wide. So I added like colors and stuff because I was bored last night, but clearly I didn't test it. Um, so the idea is that this site is going to live um, like off of the originals. So I have, it's going to be photos, and yeah, I'll probably do more like direct linking from Instagram, but like for my catalog, this is really underwhelming. Um, like this sort of just grid, like it's whatever. Like right now, then you go into this light box. So I'm gonna try and think of like better ways for like a detail view, um, ways to navigate it, ways to browse categories. Um, and I don't know, like we may have some varying ideas of what the scope of this photo site's gonna be. Because I could definitively do like we're talking about like stories potentially as one feature. So all of these photos right now are like the problem is like I don't edit in series very well. I just eyeball the shit out of it, and so like this image are entirely different, and like some of these are. I mean, even if they're shot the same day, they look different. I tried like one series, and it was not the greatest. Candle pyramid scheme, very down. Fuck yeah. That's oh, what's the fuck, what is it? What was like the other pyramid scheme where they're like selling like Nutrifit or some shit? This will be like, yeah, I don't know. My brain's going a little slow. Weird morning, but yeah, it's gonna be a pyramid scheme with candles. It's gonna be like $75 per. It's gonna have uh, really good, healthy antitoxin technology. It's gonna be the shit. You're gonna feel, smell like $1,000,000 because I make $1,000,000 off of wax and I don't know. I'm winging it. I'm winging like everything about today, so bear with me. Um, yeah. Uh-oh, that really how it is? It is. All right, I need to stop looking at this. So basically, you can see like how shitty this is, and like it's could be better. And like I'm trying to figure out whether I do like a zoom view. Um, so I think step one is typically just checking out not nominees. Everyone's a nominee. I feel like there's categories, photography. So it should be sites of the day, photo sites. Apparently, I'm generous. I was a Paul and Henrietta one that Ari just did, so I'm gonna want to steer clear of this. That's for sure. But I think just looking at this in terms of how they present it, um, I think it's interesting. Um, this is much more like exploratory in terms of like how you browse, like positive, negative. There are series here, um, which then might help me think about ways of organizing my photos, um, whether or not this feels right? Like whether I want to do categories, whether I want to do stories, because I think stories opens it up to a lot more interesting ideas in terms of like how you can create thematic lines through photos. I like seeing photos as one off. Like I don't know how much that really appeals to people. Like I think there's an audience for it, but could it be better if it like tells a story? Which again gets into like a broader issue with my photos, but it's a drag. So I wonder if I pull up to it. Uh, okay, so I'll put that on for now. I'm gonna dig through some old files. I'm kind of wondering if I can reference some old designs I did for old photo site. It's probably not totally leverageable, but it's flashing. Is it shitty frame rate with these animations? I was noticing that on like the playback, like the screen recording is not. It's not good. I think there was like when I was watching the Evan Etta film during that other walkthrough, like it just looked like really choppy. It's kind of unfortunate. I don't know why my video would be good, but then the screencasting's bad. Graphics card, maybe? I don't know. Um, try and do desktop streaming. So yeah, this is the old one I did 2017. Don't know what I can lift with anything here. I think there were some interesting ideas in terms of like the view options. Um, it's kind of funny, like it's kind of like the Henrietta one where there's the way they navigate between the view options is different. But what I had, oh shit, look at all these folders. Reloader resolved. Yeah. Let's go full screen and see what the hell's happening. So I usually stack them this way so then I can just turn folders off and get an idea of like a sequence if I need to talk it through in like a screen recording. That was the original idea. This is like all the web or the distortion map, which I don't think I'm gonna want to do anymore. So what is this? Resolve on a design image. Oh, design out, photo in. So this is going to photo and pointer. Uh, huh. I mean, I'm not mad about bringing back this like center panel idea. I haven't seen much too close to that because the idea being like you want them immersive as possible. Um, oh, you don't need to see profile. Contact just turned into. It is like you hover over them and like the background just kind of swaps between all these different things. I just don't think this is going to work. Transition to photo landing. That is not what you call a smooth transition. Why would I do that? What? Okay. photo detail sequence. Okay. The thinking wasn't terrible. Also wasn't great. Uh, Sort hover. Apparently I had a hover at some point. View options. Sort hover. Announcement bar. Sorry, I'm just getting caught up on all this stuff. Um, okay. This is where I had like a couple different view options. Organic layout, two up. I thought I had a different one. Oh, there's like the gallery view. Wouldn't scroll. Scrolling framework. This would have looked like. So typically, like with these pages, I'll do like a hero, and then one of the states will just be like a masked out window showing. Here's what the sticky framework is. It's just kind of like a first step. Probably obvious. Oh well, I don't know what I'm on about with global elements. But even this feels like, oh, what is this? What's that? Carousel indicator. Huh. Love that tracked out type nav. I mean, it was a vibe for sure. I went so many times back and forth on what my vibe was, and part of me wants to make like a new font that's a bit more like a headline font, kind of like turn the visuals on its head. Because now everything's just like my sans font, but I think something more expressive as a headline is interesting. Going back to whatever this is. This is Din. Shit. Yeah, I had a Din phase. I think I was talking about that last stream. There it is. Alive and well. Photojournal? Uh, yeah, and see, this is where, like, this tracked out type, probably not most readable. Um, yeah, so this is like, it's kind of wild. I haven't taken a look at this for a long time. Uh, on a Prince page. This was all made. Like um, this was definitely completed in development. Something I'm curious of. It's really funny. So I did share the site with some people, but I don't know how many people really saw it. Um, Photo slideshow. Should be this. States. Oh, so this is like if you right click. I have something similar now. I'm an idiot. I had the cursor, custom cursors, image zoom. I have the cursors again. That's confusing. Carousel drag. So the idea was like it would push back and it would reveal like the title in between, the background, the titles underneath. Yeah, there was. Where the fuck? I had like a whole slideshow, which 1.1. So I'm not even. Wait, what's 2? Oh. Oh. Huh. I went through another phase. I had enough time. Like this was sitting in the developer's hand for so long. I just started just like iterating and iterating and iterating. Um, oh man, but it's bringing back memories. Um, let's see. I really want to find this carousel interaction. Carousel slide. Yeah, so this is where I push back. I think I developed better custom cursor. So drag. I don't know where it is. I don't know if this is even any good. Going back through this. Um, I think this being my own thing, I might dive into design quicker than I normally would. Um, I think looking at what some other people are doing in terms of interaction, I think that might be something that comes later. Um, but for me right now, um, getting like the overall framework is probably priority one. So I think jumping into Sketch, Web Large, Artboard, um, light, dark. Um, a nice fun feature of the new Sketch is that like if you're in dark mode, like your visibility and your lock icons just disappear. And I sent them a bug and like, yeah, or I sent them a ticket and they're like, yeah, this is a bug we know about. It's like I think a lot of people like to use dark mode, but you shipped it without being able to see icons. Like if I make a rectangle that deselects, you can't see that's what you're pushing. Or if you make a group, you can't see that there's a fucking caret there. It's just mind numbing. I really don't understand it. So I think add in some alt stuff, logo, simple, just add in simple. No, I don't think I have it right in the master yet. Right. This 20. The rule of thumb I came up with for my own is that I think everyone when they do the branding loves to have like everything's proportionate based off the logo, which this will be. So there's like the width is if the width is x, the box is 2x. Simple 2-to-1 proportion. Easy rules like that help me kind of remember it. If I were really smart, I would have it all defined in the style guide, but I do not. So I think this mask top group that so keep everything contained. And the key for me on this is just like starting organized, ending organized. If I don't, then it's just going to go to shit. So I kind of want to try something that's like similar to what I had before, but I don't know if it's really the best way to go. And I think it's partially like how I want to organize it. So what I really should do, so this will be landing page, intro. Let's see. And one thing that also helps is like if you want your artboard to be organized in some specific way, because I'm OCD, so you get 100 pixels spacing, and then every time you duplicate it, it'll snap to whatever is off of that. I guess I did 80 because I can't count. Preloader. Okay. Preloader, animation in. Menu page resolved. So this could be category slash series view. See the problem what I just did right there is that slash is anytime I export, it's going to put it in a separate folder. You can see on my desktop I have all these random folders because I created names in here that was like something slash something else, and so it'll export that folder structure. So like I don't know what this categories or series, but I should probably just do like plus or something like that. Preloader animation, landing page resolved, category series landing, category series detail. We'll want a zoom view. Should be pretty easy. It's more going to be more just like custom cursors what the framework is. So I think with this being such a microsite, I can do something more immersive and have it like full screen lock. I'll probably have different views, so there could be detail, slideshow. Yeah, I'll probably want to do scroll. See, this will help me just kind of like mentally map things out in my head of like what I need to account for, where I need to go. And sometimes it's as easy as like, I just need a win right now. So if I need to do like zoom, maybe it's I don't know. Oh, I see. Dumb job. So I need to do my layout settings. So I have this on my Stream Deck. I do Web 1440. Oh, it's going to do the rename, isn't it? Oh. So I have to fix those. I thought I was being smart adding like a /L. Don't overthink shit. And what also is the problem is that Well, I think theoretically there should be an extra column for full width, which I should really make like a full width. Um, yeah, so that has the same 20 column gutter. So basically, like most of my designs have a 12 column grid. That's something I kind of said I was going to talk about in the stream. Maybe I'll talk about it throughout this and not so much like an explicit conversation. If there's questions about it, definitely don't hesitate to ask. Um, so these are all, like the reason why I like 1440 is that it breaks down into 12 columns. I believe six, yeah, 6, 8, 4, 2, 3. Yeah. So this gives you the most options for creating like an even layout. Um, what's your favorite grid for 1920 by 1080? So what I'll do is I don't really design for 1920, to be honest. I think once you get past like 1440, it may be changing. I mean, it's been a minute since I looked at the analytics, but everything I've been doing recently has been kind of around this. Um, just because the amount of like XL viewports are pretty uncommon, all things considered. I think like looking at analytics, it's always something designers worry about because we like for years like it had the 27-inch Thunderbolt display, and like first thing we do when we start designing is just like boom, give me all the space, and then you're just like, fuck yeah, like let's go big, and like because we want to have like the biggest type, the biggest images, the biggest amount of like white space, and but then you get on someone's display, or you get into like analytics and find out that like 80% of traffic is like below 1200 or something. I don't know what it is now. I'm making that up entirely, but I remember it was like yeah, there are a couple developers who would just like hate designers because they would always push for these XL viewports and they want all this like special conditions. Like for me, like I have above 1440 on my site. It like it does change in the way it scales, but there were some very custom things going on, and it's like doing an entirely different viewport. And the developers always made the case is like analytics only show like 3% of people are viewing at this size. Like we're tight on time, we're not going to do that. And designers were always like, but it's on my screen. I was probably guilty of it too. Like this is all I see. Like, and I don't want to look at it and have it look like shit. It's fair, but like when push comes to shove, like XL's. I don't know. I could be wrong now. I mean, screen resolution is getting better and better. Well, 1920. So if I were going to do 1920 by 1080, hardcore tool, 1080. I don't know. Well, I guess this is 1080p canvas basically. Uh, yeah, it's 1080p. Okay. Um, well, I guess the application's sort of dependent, or I guess it matters in how I'd answer this. If it's web, I think it's one thing. I think having something like the 1440 grid that just breaks down in so many different ways. You have 3 column, which can then, so if I do my little grid tool, 3 cells, no, 4 cells, spacing 20 pixel. So that's one. And then, whoa, strange. Oh, I put 2 rows, that's why. Special. So if you want to do, I mean, obviously if you want to do 50-50 split, I'm doing this in a weird order. If you want to do 3 columns, if you want to do 6 columns, tool for this, 6 cells, 1 row, 20 spacing. And I think that's really it. Then you have like the 1 column, obviously, as like you can have something that's this wide, whatever. That's 1 column width. And I think I used to be really picky about like, so these are all even numbers. Like, so 220 is the width of 2 columns because each individual column is 100 pixels with 20 pixels of padding in between. So my OCD always gravitated towards like, I want clean numbers at the end of the day. And I think it's been interesting getting into development, understanding like how things work. And I had been told this for a while, but I was still like, I don't give a shit. Like, I'm still gonna obsess over the details. I actually got much less precise once I started developing. It's kind of interesting. Um, it's always good to have like a source of truth that's very exact, but it's almost never experienced that way. It's going to be proportionately scaled for responsive sizes. So that 20 pixel, like that's probably going to be translated. So if this was designed at 1440, you take the equivalent of that roughly and make that like a, well, it depends on how you want to develop it. Some developers will do like a fixed pixel width column, or for me, like I like to do percentages of view width. So it's like no matter what size of the column, the gutters in the columns are always going to stay the same proportionally. So it never hit these like nice clean zeros at 220 unless I went to that exact viewport. So um, for me, like web in general, like anything beyond 12 columns, I think gets a little questionable. Um, and I know people love like their 24 columns, but to me, once you get down to 24, and again, like purely my perspective, I don't expect everyone to agree. I know there's a lot of people who would definitively disagree with this. 24 column is what they like to do, but at that point, I just start questioning why you're even using a grid. Let's see, sketch, layout settings. So if I change this to 24 columns, center it, whatever. So at a point, it's like if you have elements that are like, let's say you have an image here, but then you have like an image here, like, yes, you're technically on the grid, but like this starts feeling like a mistake kind of quickly. Um, I mean, 24 is not as bad. Anything more than that is absolutely overkill. But I would argue within this, you could do a 12 column base and then modify the padding within it. So you think about like layout. So you could have images that occupy like whatever the 20 pixel padding is. So these images could theoretically fall within, like let's say, would be this guy. So this was what 3, yeah, 3 columns, and then you just have like an offset padding that lives within that. I don't know. Maybe it's not as bad as I thought it was, but it's still like it seems excessive. That's my perspective. I'd rather have like simpler layouts and then kind of play within those bounds of like a 4. I usually only use like 4 or 3 column or 8, which isn't really here, but yeah, that's kind of my take on it. It might be a little dated. I don't know, but that's what I've been using. Really love your streams, by the way. Very unique, awesome taste in music as well. Love Lauren, etc. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Yeah, so there's the. I mean, maybe this is a perfect time. Do a little shameless plugging. There's the no ISO playlist. Copy the playlist. I'm shameless these days. Um, yeah, like if I could play desktop audio, this is what I would put on. Um, or I have another like productivity one. It's a lot of um, like progressive house and techno, but there's like Lauren mixed in there. Um, right now it's called the Get Shit Done playlist, but I think it needs a better I'm gonna call it productivity playlist. And I spend like ungodly amount of hours like listening to music, curating. There's hip hop ones. So if you go to to mine, I have some public playlists, but I think the no ISO one's the one I dedicate the most to. I I really wish I could um, I could play some of this. And yeah, the no ISO, like the whole idea behind it is like it's everywhere. Like there's Curtis Mayfield, Anderson .Paak, there's like uh, Takami, J Rock. Like it tries to stretch every genre because that's kind of what I'm into. But yeah, I love Lauren. Lauren's the shit. I mean, it would have been the best thing ever. I got so fucking excited and then so sad. Um, so he posted something on what's it called on Instagram when he was on there, and he was like, "Hey, looking for collaborators," and I was like, "Well, I'll be damned if I'm not reaching out." Like, didn't think anything of it. Sent him like my site, and was just like, "Hey, man, try not to fanboy out," and I was just like, "Yeah, like love your music. It's largely the inspiration and the soundtrack to most of my work, and I'd love to collaborate on something." And he responded and said he wanted to. And we had a couple emails back and forth trying to figure out like what he wanted, and then like just dead air. Like I think it was one of those times like I don't think he's anywhere on social media anymore. Um, and I was like, yeah, like what are you thinking? Like I think I have it in my Pinterest board. I don't think I have it. Maybe I archived it. Wait, where am I? Is it archived? Must have gotten rid of it. So, but I had like a full thing, and yeah, I was fucking pumped. Like doing a site with him. Like I don't know who's gonna develop it, or no, I did know. David Robbins from Basic. He's like a huge fucking Lauren head, and like he sends like all sorts of updates. And I told him, and I asked him if he wanted in, and like he was slammed with work at that point. He just still said yes. He's like, I don't care. Like I want to fucking do this. Um, so it never materialized, unfortunately. And this was like right before he went radio silent on like all social channels. I think I followed up twice on the email because at one point one of my emails went to his junk box for some reason. There was some like configuration in my Gmail because it was when I went to johnway.studio. There's something in the settings where if you don't do it correctly, it gets flagged as spam most likely. And he like took a while to respond. Was like, "Oh, sorry, it was in my spam folder." So I just kept thinking in my head like it's in his spam folder. He's just got to look at it eventually. But yeah, that was probably a year and a half ago. No, it was probably like 2 years ago. So uh, that's still the dream project right there. Man, I've every year on my Spotify Rewind, it's ended up as like the number one artist. Um, it's like him, Freddie Gibbs, and Madlib. I think are the top three typically. Um, Shlomo and Hashim, Bear Comes. Good taste. Well, thank you, man. I try like I have my biases. I'll tell you right now, you're not going to find any country in that playlist. Um, I try and mix it up. I have my tracks that I'll gravitate towards. There's certain artists I think that are in here a lot, probably too much. Um, yeah, it's like all random. I like try and just dig deep, and now Spotify's search, their Discover is buried. It's not nearly as good as it used to be. But I'll like find an artist, like go to their related stuff. It's Goldie. Can't play it, but it wasn't as good as I was hoping it would be. But yeah, probably not for continuous listening for everyone, but it's I don't know. For me, it's like a starting point to then just like, all right, I want to hear more of this. I'll go like Max Cooper. Um, where the fuck is he? I swear, like I like a lot of things about the new redesign, but it's like no one fucking used it. I think the old one was better. Fans also like this was. But this is through the lens of how I used it. So I used this a lot for discovery. Like some of the other ones. Um, oh, one of the best I've been listening to a lot lately is Groovy Point One. So this is so if you don't know, he like he wanted to keep it super down low, but Schoolboy Q plays a shit ton of Call of Duty, and he's like the funniest fucking dude. And he doesn't give a fuck about DMCA. He just plays music all the time, and he just like shared a link to his playlist. Um, but he's got really good taste in music. A lot of like funk and hip hop type stuff, but fucking dope. Um, yeah, I think he's Groovy Q on Twitch. But he doesn't talk about music. He just like fucks with people on Call of Duty. It's pretty funny. Um, talking about developers, have you seen the work of JW.S? I know the name. I probably will know his work. Oh yeah, yeah. This guy's a fucking G. I absolutely know his work. Um, yeah, this stuff with Marvin Schweibel, I think. Um, yeah, this guy, Marvin Schweibel, another super talented guy. Yeah, this guy works with a lot of really good people. Does really good work. Kind of interesting. Is there no very utilitarian for a developer's website? Um, especially like what he's capable of. Like he does a lot of like really wild stuff. But I can appreciate like the kind of uh, like the restraint for something like this is it's actually kind of refreshing. The Anvil music video was such an inspiration. Yep, I can't count how many times I've listened to that and watched that. It's just so good. I don't know. The guy's just like I probably would have been really scared working with him, feeling insignificant every time. But he seemed like the nicest guy. Like I don't. I think David, the guy who's going to do the development, was far more aware of him and his personal life and like tracked him further. I knew his music for a while, but I didn't really know much about him because he didn't say much. Um, but yeah, so good. Um, this and Bicep, they're really good. Let's see. I feel like it would be such a simpler world if I can just start playing this, but maybe if I mute my desktop audio, hopefully this doesn't come through. Otherwise, this could be. I think it's coming through. I feel like I've heard this before. Fortet's another one. I've for sure heard this. Is this not in the playlist? It's not. Huh. So I have like a staging where I just kind of collect everything. I'm probably talking really loud right now. Sorry. Get back the rain so you don't hear my fucking air conditioner again. Yeah, I'm definitely into that. I swear. Huh. Nope. But I'm trying to figure out a way of like opening it up. Of like, I don't know if I make the staging collaborative because then technically anyone could delete everything. Which right now, like, this is just like I really need to like purge it and start adding stuff, but I just haven't gotten around to it. Been kind of bad because then I try and like mix up what I post so it's not all like I get in these like tech house or minimal vibes, and it's just like, oh shit, like, I'm gonna scare a lot of people off right now. uh, Dark side. No, I'm looking. Mutes. I think my desktop audio is broken. Oh, that's why. Weird. So yeah, let me add this to. Let's see if we can have that. Oh, I do have A1s. So my system for that playlist is I'll heart everything that goes in here. That's my way of seeing and like having visibility into like browsing new stuff. So yeah, there's a couple of tracks in there. Turn this off. Yeah, this stuff's so good. I love this song. Oh yeah, he worked at Watson DG for a while. Yeah, David was at Watson for like 3 years maybe. Then he was at Basic for 4 maybe 5. Did for a while. I think he's doing his own thing now. Yeah, I think yeah, he was at Basic when you were, wasn't he? Good old Davey boy. Um, One of the best acts from my country. Where are you from? So I found out if you do Command L in Spotify, it pulls up the global search. So now you can't find any info on them. Oh, London based. New album's really good. Yeah, I'll have to check them out. Give them like a thorough listen. I like it better because it's not actually as hard as their other work. Yeah, it's interesting how like some of these artists evolve, and it's like part of, at least for me, wants them to like latch on uh, to like their old style versus evolving, because it's like I just want more of what I really liked, but then you could always have the old stuff to listen to. But I don't know. It's always give and take. The other people I'm super into lately is Bob Moses. Um, Super good. I don't know if you've seen like if you follow Circle. Um, They do a lot of these like random outdoor shows.
Do we want to dedicate this set?
So I put that on. I've listened to that one like 3 or 4 times. I don't know what it is, but their style just really, I don't know. I love it. Yeah, Circle and their venues are out of control. Like one of the coolest ones is the FKJ. Like they did it on like this Bolivian salt flat or something. Um, just fucking wild. They did it at sunset and it looked like a mirror and like I feel like FKJ's music like I do. Um, it's pretty sweet. Yeah, it was wild. Like there were little things that were kind of weird about it, but it's like they did such a good job. Um, I need to figure out a way to like. I mean, maybe if I dump the rain, I can just like listen to music. Oh. It's not. Yeah, I mean, you're kind of stuck with me. Oh, why is the lens blurry or something? Oh no, it's because I have to blind spin. That's all right. You don't need to see it. Photo side. So the other. So this grid was made for like long scrolling pages, like more traditional websites. It's not as much for like full lead type stuff. So what I'll probably want to do is I don't think I want to go narrower, so I want to add width to this. These are 100. Oh, that's an artboard. Oops. Why it's not snapping. So if I had 20 there, plus what am I trying to do? Figure it out. Plus 20. No, this isn't good. I mean, maybe for full bleed, I need to let go of my grid working, or maybe I need to just pull it in. That's what I need to do. Sorry, I'm just trying to think about like the margins I want typically for like outside of this contained space. So what I typically find myself doing, I think, is around like 8 pixels. But again, this is if you think about it in terms of what's it called? Like view width, it's going to be always changing. So that's 80 pixels to there. So now it's become a canvas of 1620. Son of a bitch, didn't scale properly. Oh man, okay. Well, let's do this. Any sort of. I swear I've designed before. Oh, that's the background image. Cool. So sometimes like you adjust. So if you have layouts and you adjust the canvas, you just have to go in and recenter again. Which is kind of annoying, but it's fine. So now I have set up properly. which sucks because I didn't think about that beforehand. That I duplicated all these and renamed them. So now I have inconsistent grids. It's great. Bicep have said since the album was released during lockdown, there's no live shows. They produced and mixed the album for home listening and intend to remix a harder version for the live shows and we can play again. Oh man. Like when they like the artists do like contextual kind of stuff and think about the listening experience. Kind of nice. I've been enjoying the talk about great music and design, but I gotta go. Have a good day. Yeah, thanks for coming through, Paulo. Um, yeah, like I love chatting about this stuff too. Like I know I'm kind of trying to jam on this site. I haven't been doing a great job of making a lot of progress. I'm easily distractible, so I don't know if there's like, I don't know if there's a balance of like just kind of going in like focus mode, just kind of jamming. Yeah, I don't know. What to think about that? Well, I think do all of these again. So at least I can copy the name. And so for scroll, so I'm going to do this kind of a weird fashion, if I'm being entirely honest. So I'm going to want to think about like a scrolling experience. So this will need to be logo. I can think about framework at this point. That's not a bad idea. So cart. If I incorporate what I currently have on my site. And it's I do talk to myself a lot. I apologize. So this is where it'd be nice to have type styles, but I do not. So I'm going to keep setting this over and over again. Just double check. I might just screenshot it. Maybe I won't. Got it. I think that's 0 out. Bold. Center, group, top nav. And so having this as like a starting point, I'll start making my symbols. So then I'll just duplicate off of this. Anytime I know I'm going to want to have a scroll. Slideshow I don't see myself having as much. Potentially landing. I don't know what landing is going to be. Thinking about like more full screen experiences, I actually don't really know how much this is going to get used. Maybe if I get into like print details, if I do prints, also be determined. Oh, I didn't. Trying to think. I'm doing this in a very odd way. I realize that. Maybe I'm just jumping too far ahead. I think I should kind of step back for a second. Just see how people are like organizing between categories. I think is probably more helpful. I know I want full screen imagery on land, so that's one thing to think about. I guess it's just loading. I can only do one scroll at a time. That's interesting. It is that easy. It's not full screen. It's not full screen till you get into it. This is simple. sold on any of these thumbnails. Yo, what's good, Kevin? Yo, man. Catching me on the struggle bus right now. I'll wing the shit out of a photo site. This is not what I'm after. So this is not like, I don't know what this is. Okay. Not for me. I mean, this is not what I'm after. I'm just curious. This is a template. Really? Love to see how this is managed. I'm thinking cool. That's it. Okay, not for me. Yeah, Gangstar is also favorites as well. That guy. Oh, another RSA. Harden's been. Nice, simple. Catalog. Yeah, this is something that I struggled with before too. Is like, do people care if things are segmented, or do they just want to browse and then find their way into segmentation through like a visual grid? So I'm already going like back in full circles. Oh, I think one thing go browsing put together. Sorry, I'm like making half thoughts. Just apologize. Just this is one thing I had an idea for was using because music is such a big part of whatever I do. But like creatively, at least, it's like I had a thought of making like Instagram stories off of like this image. So it was like the main image and then getting into the background of it. Um, like really investing a lot in like the carousel experience, but I think I showed this to Ari and he was more into like the idea of turning this into like an experience, like a scrolling experience. But of course, I like the idea of being able to use like different fonts than my own and tell a story, but I don't know if this is necessarily the answer. This is done really quickly. It's all kind of like editorial practice. Because if I ever get around to finishing my photo book, um, yeah, it's like old like vintage style. It's kind of fun. Well, I feel like I put myself in a bit of a pickle here. Thinking about like scrolling interaction. That was a slideshow. Browsing. Slideshow. Yeah, I'm aware I have like two different canvas sizes at this point still. Not ideal. But I think I need to like step back and just get back into like how people are going to navigate. So one idea is like the landing's always going to be full screen. I don't think there's anything going to change about that. It's more like what happens, how do people navigate it. That's the big thing that I want to do. So there's the kind of standard one that I had done before. Whether it's like a zoom, so you have like one column pattern, and you just do like a standard drag. I think this is kind of low hanging fruit. So simple drag zoom, and whichever one you land on, it goes back in on. Yeah. I mean, there's the stacking one we just looked at. Don't want to do that. There's like gallery, a couple other ideas, but I kind of want to see. This really isn't a slideshow at all. Not what I'm looking for. But why this collection is so. Cloud audio. And see, what I'm mentally struggling with is like fundamentally how I want to organize stuff. That's kind of like a non-starter right now. Like if I can think of like a list of stories. Is audio coming through? Which song? Well, hopefully my audio is not coming through. Otherwise, I'm definitely DMCA on this one. What like it is? Okay. But right now, I'm just playing Calm Trues. What's going in the back? I'm just playing on shuffle. RL Grind. Sometimes I'll like go back and just be like, I don't know what I was thinking for that one. It's a little strange. I'm gonna tell you what to. That's enough. It's a nice scrolling effect. I've seen this before, not that. I think if I do C surf, C demos. Actually, if I do system preferences, pull what my existing categories are. Go to screensaver. That's oh, interesting. Dark? I don't know if that's going to be. Maybe it is. Maybe. Ooh. I can make my life really easy if I stick to these categories and I have. If I can just dump all the images in a repository and then the site can pull based off of the file names. Because those tags are all done via JSON. So like the categories are baked into the file names. So if I want to make this something easy, I just keep the same categorization. And so then the photo site mirrors what's going on in the TV and the screensaver, but maybe better. So maybe randomness is the key, and I don't really want. It's got to be a way to browse. Cart's the answer. Category browsing. Series. Thing 2 is like lab. It is a category though, but I don't know if I want to elevate it. Casper's dope. Um, wait, there's one on right now. What? Well, I'm gonna turn that off. Fuck. Casper's dope just got off a project with one of their founders. Oh, that was the site I was looking at. Hey guys. Yeah, the site's red. Oh, I just have it. Ah. Save audio. Audio's coming everywhere. Sorry if it's a problem. Makes me feel good to know you struggle too. Yeah, this might be painful to watch right now. I think I found out this morning. Like I've been talking with Ari about doing this site, and um, didn't really have a plan ever. So that's kind of where I'm just like caught between lanes right now, like how I want to think about this, and I'm like trying to design as in thinking about it, and I don't know if that's the healthiest option. Um, but it's the one I got. So, um, yeah, it's sometimes just like forcing things, and I don't know if I can normalize the struggle a little bit. Maybe that's not such a bad thing. Um, so probably want to do. Oops. Oh. I like small fonts, and if people don't like it, that's all right. So if I have categories, series, I think it's back grid. If I can just put if I can just put like a grid view, might be a nice way to browse. So it's really, I don't know if it's like so much a plus as it is. So a grid view, look, I don't know if I want to scroll now. Slideshow landing, let's do grid view. So what I'll try and do, sometimes I think this is kind of a big image. Yeah, I don't need them that big. I don't really have them saved anywhere that small. Let's see. Sometimes I'll like flatten it to a rectangle in the background just to like, save it at the actual size. Let's see, this is the aspect ratio problem. I want to keep mine at the right aspect ratio, but yeah. Sometimes like what I started doing on a different project was so what I'll do, I will, no, what this is its own part folder. Call this image one, create a symbol for it. So then my symbols somewhere. Why can't I send it to the symbols page? Send the symbols. There we go. So then I will brand new design. Five. Five. Oh, yeah. The mask is not changing with it. So what I'm trying to do is I'll create a rectangle behind this, move it to the back, and then create a bitmap from the combination so it's not trying to save the original file size. And then I can just, the original file size is this. Just 18 more struggles for you, Lewis. It's real, man. Been properly enjoying the streams, insightful, laid back human makes it really easy to forget about the time. Stoked here, man. Yeah, I mean, like everyone has this buttoned up approach and perception where they try and convey themselves as really well put together. Maybe that's a good idea. It probably is a good idea. Maybe this isn't going to be doing me any favors, but I don't know. I'm having fun with it. I swear I'm going to remember all this stuff. Wait, why is it 1820? It should be 1800 by 1200. Crazy. Yeah, it should be 1800 by. Alright, starting over here. Oh, we're going to do it here. 1800 by 1200. So that's 3 by 2. So everything I shoot is 3 by 2. Got that here. That's 0. Why are you? So one of the best functions, I don't know where it is in the menu, but you can like round off everything to the zeros. It's very. So this would be image 1. Create symbol. Sends a symbols page. So some of this is like just doing the groundwork. Oh my god, I don't want to change this much. Which probably is not the most exciting, but I apologize. And it seems like I have no clue what I'm doing, so I don't know if it's actually helpful, but like when I get in these modes of just like I'm not really sure what to do, I get this urge to be productive. Like it's frustrating as all hell to like not have an idea of like what I should be doing. Whatever. Colors. So I just like keep moving forward in some capacity, and like I know this is something I'll have to do eventually. So, or it's wise for me to do this at some point. Just go bigger. So like right now, like yeah, I'm not really making a ton of progress with designs. I'm kind of thinking about it in the back of my head, but like I'm doing some of the groundwork for doing all the comping and something that can make my life easier later. Really. Really off. That's what drives me nuts about Sketch. I don't know if you can see it on the stream as much, but like the fact that there's a 1 pixel line on the edge of it, I keep like going back and trying to fix it. But yeah, it's look like T-Crit. It's good, but that was from that one time, huh? Which time? What time? What are we talking about here? Oh, one time. I don't see any one times with you, my man. Oh, there you are. How famous you want to be, bro? So this is Mr. T. Critelli in the chat. It's not T. Critelli. I'm just trying to get someone that's like. So, what I'm also thinking about this and like, is like, I mean, Tyler, throwing a wrench in the game. It helps that most of my images are dark, but if I have something that's like light and center focus, I want to be able to account for that. because like if I do something what I did with the old site, like if I put a box in the middle, then suddenly like you don't know it's surfing anymore. And I think that's probably one of the problems that I came to realize is like might not be great solution. As I like kind of put it in my comp there for a second. Tyler, I'll make you famous, bro. Actually, I want to put this one. So I probably want to do like 5 or 6 of these, and that's bear with me. The benefit of this is flatten these too far. All right, one more, Mr. Tyler. 5. Yeah, the streams are great. Thanks, man. Well, appreciate it. They're rough around the edges. There's no like, there we go, Mr. Tyler. Sharp. Hashtag Sinmin. Go get that Sinmin, everybody. SINMIN.com. Don't know. Well, now you know. But yeah, I'm glad to hear people like them. I really don't know if like the lack of polish is helping or hurting. Makes it feel kind of relatable, or if it's just like obnoxious. It seems like people don't mind it too much, which is good. Glad to hear. So what's nice about these now is I can move quicker now. What are kind of real assets. See, and again, this is another thing, like, I didn't go through and add all my guides. I'll try and do the center points, so then if I need to, like, center an image, I know where the center point is. It should be obvious with the grid, but I'm kind of lazy sometimes. But the benefit of this, if I'm going back to this, I can just update my symbol. So whatever the nav ends up being, I should probably just populate it everywhere. So if I change the symbol, and I can create different conditions for it. So, oh, there's 2 of them. So it's using that one, and it's using that one. It's just always in that. They're all using the last one. I would say the other ones. Screw you, buddy. So I can do top nav default. Top nav grid view. Top nav. Minimized, probably something I want to do. I should add a little padding. Right, let's do 20. So I'm really doing a lot of this stuff out of order, and it's creating more work myself. It's just ideally I do this stuff as I have it figured out, so then I'm not proliferating bad decisions. And or like the fact that I haven't put in guides on something, like I have to go through and add guides to all the ones that I've established now. So I'll probably want to have image meta. So for me, let's do background color. So all I'll do on dark background. So I'll probably want JW.S 2021. We'll just center this for now. So this will kind of be like representational. And so, oh, I didn't save it. S web photo site. So, uh-oh. Yeah, so this is where prematurely adding all this stuff, and I'm paying for it. But to go back. So if you modify the height of the symbol, just get ready for some shit. Found the one that wasn't using the same symbol. Then I'll want to add meta. So I'll probably can't see it, but I think I just locked it. Copy, paste, 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 paste. So this is something I like. I've really spent time like understanding the process working on Ari site. Like I've done a lot of like sketch stuff, but like stuff like this, where states are rather important. It's helpful to kind of like think about these things. So it's like, all right, I have a nav. It's going to have a lot of different states. It might change, but if it changes, it changes everywhere. So I don't have to think about it. All my images, like if I want to update different images, I can do that here. Proliferates everywhere else. So even when it's not ideal, it's not a symbol. That's not a symbol. That's not a symbol. That's not a symbol. So I really didn't even do what I said I was going to do. So now I'm just putting the symbol in place of these. Again, things that could have been avoided, but I'm trying to move fast. Shit happens when you move fast. And this is the first time I'm designing from scratch on stream, so go easy on me. I'm talking about aspect ratio stuff. Yeah, it's next to impossible, and that's something that we struggled with on the TV app. Because TVs and even displays, they're all like 16 by 9, and I shoot 3 by 2, where like what was it 1920 by 1080. Dark background. So you can see like the top like whatever is cut off. So if I mathematically center this, this kind of holds up. I have a lot of my compositions that tend to be in the middle, but there's a couple images where it's like everything's like pinned at the bottom and things are just, they're not great in terms of the framing. Like the image stops making sense. I wish I could find the one. There's one of like in the screensaver of like, I say like a lot. I need to stop doing that, by the way. Fuck. Fuck. Just stop, I swear. There's a rock at the bottom with a lot of sky above. And it's kind of is another filler. Dark and cloudy, but it's dependent on seeing like, oh fuck, the sand at the bottom and the rock sitting on top of it, giving the atmospheric of it. So like the crop really fucked with it. Fuck. I just got to say fuck until I stop saying fuck. But if I could control where it's pinned, like, see how bad this is? I'm used trying to fill dead air, and I apologize. It's a bad habit. I did public speaking in college, and I got like a C or something. It's not my thing. But if I can create different ways of pinning the image to the bottom, so in the image text, the JSON file could then read whether it's lab terra underscore. So if there's no sort of declaration of position, it just defaults to center. Or if I underscore bottom, it would pin the image to the bottom of the canvas, or it could pin it to the top of the canvas. So then, yeah, ideally, there's an aspect ratio that's not being stretched to 16 by 9. But yeah, if it had enough room, it would show the full thing. But if not, and it's stretched, I can control where the center point is, which really is all I'm trying to do, I guess, in the long run. I think I made it more complex because it's harder to move the center point per image. And that's the thing with this, is like I need to create a system that can position the images how I want them. That doesn't require manual positioning of every image. I think that's just going to drive everyone crazy. Or everyone be being Ari. So if we can avoid that, that would be good. So yeah, I'm starting to think like themes and stuff like that. And the other thing I do need to think about is like how this lives within its own. It's not on johnway.studio. I don't know if I can do subdomains with Webflow. But how do people just navigate between the two seamlessly? I mean, ideally, I only have one site, and this lives within the experience, and it probably plays a bigger part. I think once whatever this ends up being goes live, it's going to have to be elevated in the in the experience. So that's something to definitely consider, because if people get pushed here, like if if I link my Instagram to this, although my Instagram's kind of becoming more design now, so maybe that's not as much of a use case. And I think I'm trying to position myself as more than like I used to be art director and photographer. So then having those pillars of like, there's design bucket, like looking at the old site. That wasn't computer. So my thinking at this point was people are coming to me for one or the other. They either want photo prints, so that gives them one experience, or they're here for design, that gives them another. Like that's like the case studies. And I don't think I want that segmentation anymore. So it's kind of hard at this point figure out how such a segmented experience lives within. Uh, I'm gonna stop it. I swear. I have to figure out some way that like keeps me accountable for all the ums and likes and kindas, and unless it just doesn't bother people, maybe it's cathartic to hear like the ums are almost like I don't know, a really stupid person meditating or something. I don't know. I don't know who let me fucking stream. It was a bad idea though. Subdomains and Webflow are super annoying, man. I'm actually making a docs version of my own and had to do some hacks with CMS stuff. Yeah, that's that. Like I looked around for it in terms of how you could do it. Um, Subdomain on Webflow. Adding a custom subdomain. Adding a custom subdomain, enable SSL, updating the DNS. This is exactly. Let's make a new project for it. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Maybe it's not that bad. Their hosting's pretty good in terms of like speed. Um, I don't know what like the page view limits are. Just traffic's been crazy. I've never seen anything like this with my site, so it's kind of weird. I don't know if I'm gonna get billed more. Good problem. I'll take that problem all day long. But yeah, buy a domain. Yeah, I do want to look into it because it would be ideal for like keeping it on the same domain, but just some more work than it's worth. But subdomains and Webflow are just on their whole website, hosting, styling, and all. Oh, okay. I mean, I get it. Makes sense from their end. It was like billing. You can't just let people have unlimited subdomains and then they just have all these sites under one. Because they don't really, they give you caps, but they charge you by project. Kind of weird. So how do people get back? Oh, I'm good. It's not insane. This is so disgusting. I'm sorry. Or am I gonna? Let's keep this up. This is the canvas size I should be using. This is the 1440. It has the correct padding. Kind of correct. It still seems excessive. Yeah, it's still excessive. I think it's 120 right now. 100. Um, 60. Again, something that should have been done before, but yeah. Oh no. No. What? I don't know what happened. layout settings. I just want to see. Okay. Maybe I don't have to do all this really stupid stuff that I was thinking about doing. The irony of it is that Zoom probably will not have any of those things, but that's all right. Let's see. You can use proxy.webflow to forward a page as well, but it's janky. Yeah, that's going over my head, if I'm being honest. I've never really dealt with proxies. I know there's like all the redirects and shit you can do. I don't do them. Until I found out there was like a site that was referring to my screensaver was going to an old one, which is kicking them all to the 404. So I had to do a redirect there, but yeah. That was like peak developer. Alright, it's getting cool. This will be better. I really need it. Conditions up. I think I could probably turn on. Sorry if no one else likes this, but I'm just gonna do it. And cut out all the other shit I say under my breath. There we go. Oh. Okay. I think framework thing, like this is not it. I don't think I want to cover that much of the image. There's a reason why I didn't do it. What's this canvas size? So that's 1520. And then layout settings. Just need to center. And what's bad is like I'm getting further away from the 16:9, which I think a lot of people use. So I actually might need to make this smaller and sort of think about more worst case scenarios. Being difficult. I think this is more realistic of what I'm gonna see. I think Ari got mad at me for doing whatever this is like my template that I've had is 1660 by 1200. I don't know where that came from. 1660 makes sense. 1200, kind of aggressive. I don't think most people have that sort of view space. So I think I was kind of setting myself up for disappointment with a lot of things. I actually don't need that. But now you can see, like, it's getting closer to 16:9. I don't know, that's 3:2 almost exactly. 1520 divided by 1000. Wow, very close to 3:2. No. Why do you keep giving me? So yeah, the function on the stream deck of just zeroing out all the numbers, like this was at 1519.3 for some reason, and I can't explain why. Strange. But for what I want to do, it should theoretically scale up pretty well. So this isn't the biggest canvas, and maybe it's not the most impressive when it comes to like how it's comped up. Yeah, I think I'd rather be realistic with it at this point. So now I need to think about all these again. Just animation in, get rid of this. So this top map won't even be here. This will be there. Think about preloader. Oh, properly. And so I already messed up all my spacing. Oh, there we go. Preloader. I don't know what the preloader is going to be. This could be a moment for, maybe placeholder will be, it's like projection. Scale 25. And all in the back of my mind, just keep track of like different ideas I have for preloading styles. So if I do background color, and I don't know what it's going to be yet. Color. So because it's a symbol, I can't really do a ton in terms of like adding effects. If I unlink it from the symbol, so right now this is image 1. I don't know if like this sort of like base level sketch talk is at all valuable. But you can see now it's all updated across the board everywhere. So I find it valuable. I don't know. So preloader in, whatever that is, animation in. This will be whatever transitional moment is. I think all of these I want background. Okay. Something about like focused photo experiences feel better on dark background. Yeah, I don't know why. So this needs to be landing, animation in, landing resolved, landing interaction. I have to think there's going to be some way to navigate between whatever I land on. And I don't know if this is really the right solution to have like this full bleed. I really go back and forth on it in terms of like, what's more impressive for like a first take? Because if you think about like bounce rates for people who come to sites, they're like, what are they looking for? What's going to be more important? Do you want to give them like the broad scope of everything I do? Because what happens if they see it and they see like an impressive, or like not impressive, they see like a detailed look of a surf photo, but they don't know that I do landscape or that I do whatever else, portrait shit, although I don't really. So like giving people that visibility from the onset, and that's something like I was looking at with some of these photographers and gallery views. It's like, what I like about the list is it gives you very clear visibility into what is what, but I would love to do that in a visual perspective, because I think people are going to respond more to visuals when they're looking for photography than they are from names. So that's where I think some of these category, like this had the supplemental image. So it kind of had both. And then once you clicked into it, I don't know, I guess it's not here. But that's when it gave you the full preview. There's something nice about that. I kind of like the grid. These are not great icons, but they're a start. When would you have? So whatever the slideshow is. So slideshow. So it's like slideshow or gallery view. It's basically what that would be. And that's when I think the navigation would probably make a switch. call this slideshow. I really question what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that sort of cart. I got to figure out how to print. Color profiles and all that stuff is just such a nightmare. Those are not the right. Should be 6x4. That's 3x2. So that's again going back to the aspect ratio I always shoot. So this would be, I think, the same. 4.5 by 3. That's right. Couldn't get it. It's going to go half pixel, but if it's an SVG, it doesn't really matter as much if this is half pixel or not. Whoa. But these are actually correct. So should this. So this can go away. Group that as grid view. Slideshow. And group. What would you call this? It's almost like map view. Panning. View, whatever. So really these wouldn't be here. I don't know what that's about. So for the different views, so if this is like slideshow, I would just set these to different view opacities. Slideshow. I'll snap it. Oh, this should be 3. Say 0. Top nav. Panning. Minimized? I don't know what that's going to look like exactly yet. That's called scroll. Because I have OCD, I will swap the order. Watch. Should be 50, should be 100. It is 2. So we want a way of bringing back the main navigation, whatever that is. And what you could really start doing too is, yeah, I should do it. Gotta do it. View options. Let's create a symbol out of this. There. Go to original edit source. Didn't make it. Yeah, I'm trying to think like. The best way of doing it, like you can then get into these individually. So you could change the spacing of this or whatever, and then have these as individual, like inactive, active, and you can just kind of toggle them all on and off. That might be making more work than it's worth with like nested symbols, but that's something to think about. So for slideshow, just change that to this. I don't know how I feel about this on here. This might need to be more reduced. Its footprint. Probably smaller. Okay. Guys thoroughly bored yet? Wouldn't be mad if you were. And I know I have this referred to as meta, but it's kind of like page meta. I don't know, window. I always called it meta, but I don't know. One thing I want to do, slideshow. These are not full canvas width. Windows slideshow. View meta. Oh. Page meta. I'll just call it page meta, even though it doesn't really make sense, but it kind of does in my head. So this will help organize all of these into like different states. So these I can just swap between as needed. And I'll create empty ones too. Like if I know as like a fixed element, there's times where I don't want anything. I don't want to delete it. I just want to like, I should probably do that now. So maybe like a zoom view, but I still think zoom view will want to have meta on it. That's just terrible. Should be 100. What's this gonna be? Scroll. And this will be a longer experience. I need to. This I don't need. Detail scroll. It's going to be a lot of smaller images. I'll just need to figure out like what this looks like. What was nice? I mean, not nice. Maybe it was okay. This was on like a definitive pattern. Like these were blocks. So there's like a 3 up block, a join 2 up block, 1 up. And I had like 1 up offset center, 1 up off, or 1 up yeah, left, one up right. Just because, like, if I'm gonna make these on my own, I just need to be able to specify a layout and like what the flow is. I don't think this is necessarily it. I don't. The disparity in scale isn't. I don't know what I like right now. Too dense. It's not overly dense. It's not my thing right now. Maybe on a random question, just out of uni, putting together a quick portfolio to apply for a few jobs. Just wondering if you would take a look at it on a future stream. I get if you want to keep these focused on your work. Just thought I'd ask. Yeah, absolutely, man. The fuck was that? Oh. What? Someone's just subscribed. I don't know who. On my tiny ass iPad, but thank you, whoever you are. Oh yeah, I didn't update my site. Stream info. Yeah, welcome to whoever that was. I need to find, like, where the fuck is the timeline on this thing? I'm sorry, novice streaming here. And like my iPad that controls everything, it's like just like the tiniest bit too small. Where I can't get like the chat window on the side to show up. And that'd be a really dumb reason to have to like upgrade to a better iPad, because I literally don't use an iPad for anything else. I can't draw for shit. I don't have a smart home because I'm, like everyone else in my generation, gonna be renting forever. But yeah, whoever you are, thank you. Welcome. The new notification's nice. So I thought, wait, something fucked up. Oh no, that's the buffer on it. Oh, you can see the edge of the window. Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna do like a full like design on them, and they're gonna be probably somewhere between dumb and exceedingly dumb. That one's, so I'm like testing them, so these are not actual ones. Oh, I overrode them. Damn it. Fuck. Sorry, I'm really sad. I had a lot of really stupid ones. I think I did them last time. Yeah, like reset all the default ones. And I thought I uninstalled because I just had, there was like one on there and it was free, and I was like, well, fuck it, like let's just do it. Until I realized I could just drop animated GIFs in there and just be really stupid. And then do like the sound design for them. So, yeah, that's just default sounds. But I want to do like, I think I was mentioning it last time, like going live and just do like weird, just like, I don't know if it's just like a single note with like weird, just effects on it, or like weird sound design. I know some streamers will play like a short clip of a song, which I don't think I want to get into. But yeah, I want to figure out, like I started looking in like how to do the overlays, but I kind of had to pivot to this site a little bit quicker than I was hoping. But yeah, I felt like, I don't know, I kind of want to have something to show for from this stream. But definitely on one of the upcoming ones, that would be definitely something I can do. I do wonder about, like, I had the thought too of, instead of me just working on my stuff, like the more people are showing up here, how I like get you guys involved and show some of your work, give feedback if that's helpful. Yeah, I'm totally amenable to what these sessions become. I think this is like a pressure cooker for me, like trying to make something in front of people. I've never done that before. But doing these streams, like streaming while I do it, will help keep me streaming more. Because I'm trying to make it a point, so it's like, well, maybe I can get two birds stoned at once and just, you know, stream and work on the photo site. But I don't have a plan for the photo site. Yeah, it's all smart stuff. So slideshow interaction. Action slash zoom and scale. So this will be like this. Very standard. What else can I do for? I think this is so. There's also the other way to think about this site right now, like with Ari building it, and if he wants to get started on something soon, how do I get him something that that he can get started on soon? Like I may not be able to figure out the broader idea of the framework. Like I won't have the solve for how do people navigate between my main site and this. I may not figure out what the landing experience is. I think that's kind of a natural place to start, but I think with a photo site, how you browse the details is kind of like its own thing, a really important thing, and something I think I want to invest in, and like have him be able to start. So if I know he's waiting, I need to just get him something that he can just kind of iterate on. And with Ari, like it can just be like a random idea. But he's super good with that stuff. So how do I get him going and me feeling okay about it? Just writing content now. I'm not loving it currently because I've rushed to get it out for a few job listings I've seen, but would be good to get some advice. Yeah, absolutely, man. Like happy to help. And I know that struggle. Like that was my site. Like I had the Evanetta poster series up for a while, and like I just was doing myself a disservice. I was applying for jobs and they had nothing to look at, so trying to get something they can look at. And it's almost like what I found is like picking a lane of like either there's like 3 stages. I think it's like have like a temp page that's just like I'm a designer, I do this, sites under construction, refer to your social accounts for more information. I think that sets off like people like to different places where they can kind of view things. I think the worst place to be caught is like in the middle, where it's just like it's not really thought out, and people start like looking at it and thinking that's like a fully thought out site, and it's not. That's something I was cautious against, was like I don't want to put out something that's half baked or just like doesn't work. So that's why I would churn on things probably too long. So there's like having the temporary, having the like at least like 70% done, have like bare bones, like have the structure there, have some of the content, but it's not all there, and then of course like the all out, like fully completed site. But it's like if you can't get to that like kind of base level minimum content, like so I'm talking about like the middle one. I guess I'm not doing a very good job of explaining this at all. Like if you can get something that like shows your work, it's not complex, it's not organized how you really want it, but it gives people the information they would get versus going off to like social. I think that's kind of a win. You can even say it's a work in progress. That kind of helps. But yeah, like the second you have like stuff that's kind of half baked and seems like an effort to make a full site, it might not be doing you justice. So, but this is also the guy who spent 6 months working on the last like 5% of my sites. Try not to be in that middle ground, so take that with a grain of salt. Like I'm very much a perfectionist, so I'm probably skewing in a unhealthy direction, but that's kind of how I've come to see it. So I think the drag. Let's see. Scroll, zoom, artboard. Gone. So I think just looking at this right away, I mean, it's an easy win to make. This is just representational. Columns are not right. On the 940.5, just someone explain to me why. My guess is it's trying to do some sort of centering, but I don't know. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, but I just don't know if I can. So this could be whatever, like the drag experience. So then if you, well, so I should really start locking these layers, because as I'm selecting things, I'm going to start picking those up. I do a lot of these sort of things. Oh no, not the artboard too. Well, that's not going to work. That's good. Also good. Never understand this. Well, maybe if I create this in a folder, that's the way to do it. It's interesting if you think about these as like divs, like it really helps kind of contain things within. I've actually never done that. I mean, I usually have it in a folder, but if I have multiple elements and some of them start going onto different canvases, I didn't realize like if the bulk of it's still in the main canvas, it won't start placing these individual elements elsewhere. I definitely feel like having the work in progress note is something I'll consider, but yeah, I get what you're saying, and right now it feels stuck in that awkward middle ground. Yeah, it's a tough spot. I can definitely sympathize. I mean, like even like the super simple one, there's a lot of like creative directors out there who just like they don't even call it a work in progress. They just don't even care about having a portfolio, and it's all about just like go to my social links. That's how I want to share my work, which I mean, it works. It's one way of doing it. It requires a little bit extra work of people, but it's not the worst. So I should get at least 9. So I'll do a couple more images just for comping purposes. But yeah, and I hope that doesn't like. That's just my opinion on it for sure. I don't know if I would necessarily feel extremely confident saying that's the only way to look at it. I'm sure other people would tell you otherwise. Oh no. Why? Why it's doing that? What was I gonna say? I had something. But I guess the other side of the coin is like, just because it feels really unfinished to you, like most people won't see it. I can promise that. Unless it's like really broken, but that's not most cases for most people. So I don't know. I'm just talking myself in circles. It's like we're always our own harshest critic. And we think everyone's going to see everything, but they don't. They almost never do. So even if it feels bad, it's probably not that bad, in all honesty. these? Oh, these are old edits. Go dark. I just redid that one too. Yeah, let's see. So that's fair. Ideally, I'd love to take all the time I'd need. Something I'm happy with. I just don't want to miss out on some cool jobs out there. That's the, yeah. That's like the adage of, it's never done. It's just due. And you start like approaching a point of diminishing returns where, like, you're churning on something. You're maybe making nominal gains, but the problem with that is that it is pretty hard to know when you're hitting that point. Let's go do these. Two. Like in the moment, it's hard, for sure. But it's just kind of like keeping an eye on, like, okay, what am I walking away with at the end of each day? Am I making progress, or am I just kind of, am I second guessing myself? Am I, like, what's really going on with the time spent on this stuff? And you're just, as long as you're kind of tracking that, it might be what you need to. Oh, it's half pixel again. Why? All of them. I'm sorry. I got distracted. These half pixels just drive me crazy with Sketch. Are they all? This makes no sense. But yeah, like it's gonna be like getting something out soon. Clearly, there's value in that because you can go ahead and jump on different opportunities. Or do you just kind of wait? Because I was always under the impression of, my thought was I wanted to control the first impression. Like, you only get one chance at a first impression. And I obsessed over it. I was like, I don't want to have people come to my site. This, and this is broken. It looks like shit. I would send it to people, and they would just say, "Oh, it's awesome." Like, I don't know if they were just being nice, but like I just couldn't get past the, like, I'm not gonna send someone who wants. I want them to hire me if this shit looks broken to me. And that's where you start learning, like, people don't see all that stuff. So, something else to keep in mind. And it's going to be wildly frustrating. I'm happy. I'd love to provide context of kind of what I've done and what I've learned. But I don't know if I'm going to have I'm not the best at, like, giving advice on what to do. I just kind of, like, my brain starts churning on experience I have and what I might be able to offer, but push comes to shove, like, I'm not great at, like, hey, you should do this. This is what you need to do. Maybe in small doses I can be alright with that, but yeah, I don't know if I'm the greatest at that. I apologize. So this would be grid. So again, these are like super placeholder-ish type stuff. Painting. So that icon kind of sucks. So I think I will want I'm always torn on, like, whether I should do. Oh, see it? I didn't do it again. I remade all these artboards and I had the opportunity to bring in the guides on all of them, but I didn't do it. I think a custom cursor is going to have to happen on this. Because big. No. So I almost want to bring back the same custom cursor I had before. Well, it's in one of the comps. I don't know where it is. Mirror. Add an actual pixel on that. Stupid. I don't know why I always do this. There's a reason why I do it that way, but I can't think of it. I think it's a lack of controls. I can't remember. So what I want to do with this is, if I think of this, what if I do like a double? This is going to work. Let's go ahead and lock the background. Realistically, I might need to move that. So for the slideshow, edit source, let's move this to the left. Maybe it's always going to be there. It might need to move left here. The original thinking is not for these to be buttons. I do think buttons will be important. Image meta is also not locked. Top nav. So I like to organize my stuff top down, left to right. In Sketch, I've been finding it's been a little messy. I don't know why. Like this kind of shit never would fly in Photoshop, but for some reason I've become amenable to it in Sketch. It's really strange. So the thing I was thinking of this was like, if it's a custom cursor, it doesn't make sense as buttons, that's for sure. But this would basically be it. So if you click, it zooms in. That'll take you to the zoom. Why assume it can't be this big. My spacing's off. This image. I really want to have my images this big. I'm just scared. So many pirates out there. Because I used to be one. It's not my proudest moment, but yeah, I'm trying to think of this as like a custom cursor for navigating, whether it's just for Zoom. So this is the Zoom version. So these are all the states really of the slideshow. But Zoom's going to be kind of unanimous, like regardless of how you get there. It'd be kind of interesting if like if for this these became something that could like free rotate. It's interesting that you rotate it at 45 and it becomes closed. But it doesn't make sense for that. I was trying to think of like so if you drag, the idea being if you drag at a certain speed it goes to this. If you go to a second speed it's like next, it's like I don't know. This is play, this is fast forward, I guess. And the idea being that like this could, maybe there's, well, this wouldn't be here. This would be on this page. And so what's nice about custom cursors, like you can get rid of like the presence of all this buttons. Let's see. We've been saying it's been really useful along with watching you work. I'll keep an eye on streams and hopefully hop on again when the site's live. Yeah, definitely jump back in and feel free to send it over. I'm glad it was kind of helpful. Maybe it's just like half of a thought in terms of like how some people, I don't know, or how other people think about it. That's really all. Oh no. All I can do is just like how I've thought about my site. So yeah, hopefully helpful. But again, like I would just say like don't stress too much. It's probably better than you think for other people. That would be my thing. You're your own hardest critic typically. Or I am. I think most creatives are, but not all. I don't know. Maybe you're really, really pumped on your own stuff and like, good for you, man. Braver than me. This is starting to make less and less sense to me. I think it's clicks. I don't know. It doesn't make. Initially, the thinking was like you click and drag, and as you're dragging, so this is the plus, in, plus. forward, next. The idea being, you click and drag. Oh, no. That. Whatever. Leave it group 2. The idea being, like, as you click and drag, maybe it just keeps going. So it's kind of like a it's kind of like an old VHS type thing. Click and drag, and it goes a certain speed. So then, if I map it out, which I'll probably need to do regardless, kind of, I don't know, it's a half decent idea. So if I do. Well, ideally these would be. What am I doing? So go ahead and call the. This would be. What is it? There's like a fast and like super fast, or like rewind and tape rewind function. Functions. Tape player controls. Let's just go images. Forward, play. Fast forward, rewind. Wasn't there like multiple speeds, or am I just imagining shit? Some of these dials and shit. Cool. I mean, it would make for a cumbersome experience, but having like a dial where you can control speed. Only thing is, like, it would be rewind, rewind, fast, rewind. Wow, I can't spell. So usually put these in red. Red in all caps. So this is how I know it's kind of like my annotations. Left. Whatever. Being so lazy. Oh no, let's just leave it. Change this to this color, this to. This is just like representational of like. I don't need it perfect. One problem is that this is more like an audio analogy than it is a than it is a like anything that's applicable to film. So mapping, cursor, mapping. So let's turn that off for now. Although I don't want this. It's in the top. So this is where I'll start like progressively making some sort of progress on a on like a concept behind like how the scrolling works. So again, active, so that is centered. So these, so for default, click becomes a zoom. I don't know about the vertical line. I had an idea about it going top to bottom, but I don't think that's it. Don't think we need this. Keep it minimal. So this would be like slow speed, and then let's say scale this down 50%, not union. Tell me. 50%. That's not enough. And I think there's definitely pitfalls to this. To this approach in terms of like scalability. Is there a better way of doing it? Probably. But this is just like one view of this. I mean, what could be interesting is if it was like, if it had the active one, so whatever the galleries were, and you can navigate different galleries through this like, this state. I don't know. To figure out about like a pause. Have you ever made a cinematograph? I have not. Actually don't. I don't know the process of making one, if I'm being entirely honest. Isn't it just like stop motion for the most part? Or am I thinking of something else? This would be like the fast forward. And usually, I mean, what I might do is, it's just so I keep the symbols. I will group, copy, paste, hide this, convert this to bitmap. I don't have the shortcut, which is not smart. And then I just add a blur, motion blur. Not that much. Just get an yeah, just get an idea that there was like that horizontal motion. Yeah, I think get rid of these lines. Not it. Was it like jog? That's what it is. I don't know if that really makes sense. That's like an old retro term. Isn't it like jog? Jog. Audio? Jet's gonna come up with something weird, I feel like. There's jog speed? Maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. Look at that broken website. This is like the auto pins. I forgot about this one. I think they needed this because this guy shoots portrait, but I never shoot portrait. Ever. I mean, I did a couple times. I apologize. Right. So ideally, you don't have like dark. I want something. Close. Keyboard. God, spelling is atrocious. Shortcuts. Next. So this is the one. I did this. Did this before. I have a website that I have for all my arrows. I never know how to access these commands, so this is where I'll always do it. Shortcuts on there probably shouldn't be shown. Yeah, what are you gonna do? Oh, there's another one. I wanted to do convert to bitmap, but I'm not gonna do that. Well, now I can just have that character. I don't know. I don't like the idea of having a tooltip. So I guess they could click to the next one. Maybe it doesn't need to be drag. Theoretically, you can click to the next one. You could drag and it moves to the center. It goes 1x, 2x. Whatever, 2x, 4x, whatever the fuck it is. This way you have your zoom, your previous, and next all consolidated within a certain spot. Progress indication, something that would be nice to have baked in here. I'm not totally sold on the UI either. It's kind of placeholder for now. I'll definitely like want to refine it. But I think in terms of like getting Ari an idea, I don't know, it's kind of interesting. But I think 002 001 of 064. I'll probably do zeros. I don't know how many I'm gonna want. I don't think I'm gonna have 1,000 photos though. Do that. Again, largely placeholder because like this is not essential for getting Ari started. I just don't know what clicking this would do. Maybe clicking that. Clicking that gets you to this. This is bothering me. so that would be close. But I wonder, I mean, these really don't have a place here, or image does. Stop it. This guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. So we're more in like a panning mode. But theoretically, you could. There we go. We can click and drag. Or you could just click to pan around. But you have to click in here to close. I'm wondering how the mapping for clicking works, like whether it needs to be something that follows. Oh, that didn't quite hit the mark. Show me the center. Oh, that's. Oh. Damn, I bought the shit out of that and it still worked. I mean, second try, but who's counting, right? I should just make an arc. Oh, don't do that. Whatever. Heading off, it's 12 p.m. here, but I really enjoyed the stream and appreciate the advice. Yeah, of course, man. Appreciate you popping in. Great questions for sure. And of course, I'm happy to help, but I think there's always the caveat with me of like, take it with a grain of salt. Like if I'm working at the same time, my brain's kind of, I don't know, short circuiting. Maybe just shy of short circuiting. Happy to help how I can. And yeah, best of luck with the folio. I know it's always hard, but there's light at the end of the tunnel. I promise. Oh, gross. Thinking some like weird art. Oh. I think I had an edible or something. Not yet. You know what? That's a good idea. Great suggestion, everyone. I'm gonna take 5, get some water. Maybe get something to spark some creativity. Who knows? Who knows? Get over here. Yeah, I will be back 2 minutes. I think this is gonna be a pretty long stream. I really want to like get something down. I think my brain's kind of starting to work with this, but not totally. This is kind of making sense, but it might not be it. But yeah, I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes. Ah, shit. Didn't have my mic on. Yeah, technical difficulties right now. I just opted to plug my my iPad in, and it just, so that's what I'm using to control the stream. Ooh, it's bugging out. Okay. I think we're back. Let's see. Where am I? Desktop stream. Here. Let me get caught up. See if I missed anything. Nice track. Well, thank you. That is one that, yeah, I messed around with. It's still not done, but I think on one of the previous streams I was like, I'm not coming back to that old track because it was just like, I don't even know. Let's see if I can dig it up real fast. Yeah, let's see. Yes, this is the old one that was just like, I don't know, everything after it probably felt really stale, but it's just like drums and samples and different breaks thrown in there and like distortion and shit like that. A lot of sampling, kicks and all that stuff is all like sound design. That was really loud. It's really loud in my headphones. But yeah, it's something I never finished, but I couldn't find. Actually, I literally can't find the file anymore of that, and I'm really sad because there's absolutely like zero harmony, zero melody anywhere in that. It's just drums and samples and breaks, and if I could just figure out like a simple melody on top of it, it would be so much better. And then this one was, yeah, I talked about a different stream. It was, let me pull it up real fast. Well, I'll just play it live. Sorry, I keep on forgetting there's like the audio output device. Oh, it is set to stream setup, so this might work. Sorry, I know I'm not sharing the right screen right now. Oh, it's really taking its time. Let's go desktop. Yeah, so lots of sampling, lots of just like simple progressions written on top of it, different drum patterns. But it's really kind of a work in progress. The biggest element is this guy here, solo. I think it's this. Yeah. With that, I used the tuner to find out what tune or what key it was in. I'm tone deaf. I still can't like definitively write in key. It's all off ear and kind of in key, but yeah. So this is. So this is the original clip. So I just pitched it down, which gave it like a nice like kind of grit, and then just like layering effects on top of it. So drum bus for grit. A little bit chorus gives it like the stereo depth, the echo. The set kind of gives it that like organic feel, bringing some of the levels back up. EQ's automation in the compressor. It's all like sidechain. I know people like go back and forth on whether you should really sidechain the kick. I like doing it. I like having the kick being cleaner. Why are you not? What? Yeah. Yeah, so basically every time the kick hits a certain threshold, it ducks the bass. So you can hear like the kick come through. I think that's more like a house technique. I don't know if other people do it as much. Can't you just slice the last file? It doesn't seem to have too much of it. I definitely could. I think there were things I wanted to kind of change around in like the way the progression was. But like my naming file, like conventions are just like untitled, intro 5, untitled 2, random drums 1, drum loops. I almost want to say it's drum loops, but I don't even know. And some of these are just like, you're never going to get me to play these on stream. like this one came together kind of quickly, I think having, like I don't know if I have it so I did like a short looped version. I just duplicated and got rid of some of the layers to it. But I think I added in like even more layers of that. Like I pitched up the violin. Yeah, so this one got weird. Like right there, it goes like out of key. I don't know why. But it was like supposed to just be like building off this loop and making it more like epic sounding. But yeah. Oh no, I didn't mean to save that. Oh well. There's another one. Is it in this? Oh, I forgot. I made a separate clip for it. I was originally going to do it here, but then I think I decided that's dumb. Especially if I start changing automations and stuff, like don't do it there. So, oh, this was the other one. Oh, I don't know about this. Might have a hard time playing. I don't know. So yeah, maybe it's drums. I think I played this one before. Some of the harmony and stuff, like this actually needs to get out of here. I'm kind of scared to play this. Oh, this is okay. Nope, that is not okay. I think these two are where it gets weird. Something was getting weird in the preview. a distorted bass thing I made. I don't know, I love this stuff. I really need to get better with it, like writing, so I can actually make something end-to-end on screen. Because this shit's fun, like I love doing it, it's just like the progressions are just not there. I don't know what was sounding wrong. Oh, the piano is weird. It's not there, but could be alright. It's a decent like variation on what was already there. Oh, this doesn't even use the. This doesn't even use like the violin from the other one, which I can't remember. I don't remember why I did that. But yeah. In time, I'll get to like a full production thing because I think it'd be fun because I want to do just like longer clips, like stretch some of the video from like Yosemite or something or Iceland. Iceland could just be like really just dark and weird and ambient, grungy. Definite Lauren influence there, but yeah, in time. That loop is killer every time with the past stream. Did you use a sample pack? So that like the main violin was from a sample. It's been funny. Like I do watch like Kenny Beat stream from time to time. The guy just blows me away in terms of like what he's able to do just in like a very linear progression of like going from literally nothing to a finished song. And there's like little things he's like working out ideas, but like he can just hear it in his head. And like he kind of leans into the fact of like it's okay to use samples for different things. Like make it your own, ideally. Even if you don't, it's okay. But of like as long as you're putting it together into a broader idea that's your own, it's all right. So for the longest time, I didn't like using samples because I thought it was just like kind of cheating in some ways. I'm like this, I didn't write this. This feels weird. But I'm much more open to it now, and like thinking about like the Mad Libs of the world, like it's all they do is they just like splice samples in very creative ways. Like the Daft Punks of the world create like sample slices, and I think my wheelhouse is I'm much better at like sound design than I am with actually writing like cohesive. Like I think that just requires too much music theory, and I don't have the ability to do it. So it'd be rad to like collaborate with someone who could just write all my progressions for me. Like work on like the vibe and like what we want to do. Just give me like the bass, give me like the highs, the accents, all that shit, and I can just go to town. But not sure that's gonna work. Yeah, can't you slice the lost file? Yeah, probably could. I might end up doing that. Just like importing it into live and just layering on like some of the like instrumental and choruses and the progressions. I'm not great with music terminology either. Do you mix with the AirPod Max? How is it? Yeah, I do. So these are better. I have a keyboard and I try and play like simple melodies, like if I'm trying to figure out like a bass line or just like sample chords. I'll use it, but it's always weird with like Bluetooth headphones trying to match up with a metronome because there's always that delay. And so when I record it and go back in, it's like everything's like shifted like a quarter of a second, which is, it's not bad. It's like, ideally I just need to like drag it and it'll be right. But yeah, sometimes it's not quite that good. I don't know. Like I'm not a. What? What's going on? I'm always fascinated by what's going on outside. I need to turn my air conditioner back on. Sorry. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. Like I don't know if it's the most accurate. I'm sure there are people who would say like nah, like that's for novices. Like you're the mix on it or like the balance on those are way off. They're good enough for me. Um, I'm like terrible at mastering. For some reason, that's something that always has escaped me. I think doing some of like the mixing techniques, I'm okay at best. I'm still probably really, really, really novice to a lot of people, but um, yeah, it's just fun. And like if I can hear, like it's mainly for me. I want it so it sounds good for everyone, but I don't know if I know enough to do that. I also got into Ableton because of Kenny. I'm a huge Dots fan. It's insane just seeing how his brain works. Yeah, I like how I struggle with simple progressions. Like it's just natural for him, and he just starts there with like a drum, or it doesn't. You know, like it's all over. He just gets out his guitar, plays like a progression, plays different variations of it, records it, goes over to his keyboard, plays like something on top of it. But then like a stream, he's got a fully. Sometimes he's like several like full songs made in a couple hours, which is not easy. Um, let's see. These beach ball colors. You're just coming in here now, probably wondering what in the wide world of sports is going on. And if you get that reference, we can definitely. That's my stupid. I mean, those don't need labels. Um, tried making music with gear instead of Ableton. No, I've been in Ableton since Ableton 7. I have like a 2015 MacBook Pro. It's got like the MagSafe connection. But I used to DJ. I used to do music production, and I can't remember why I got into live. Like I had a lot of people I knew getting into Logic, like T. Critelia. I don't know if you're here, sir. Probably laughing if you're listening to me talk about music, because he's like a music major. He's he's done his best to try and teach me, and I'm just kind of dense. Um, but yeah, I just got stuck in live, and I just really liked it, and it was kind of interesting to see a lot of people starting to shift to live. Because before it was like it was really random, but I I met what do they call it? It was like M Machine, who was on Skrillex's label, Swalla, talking to them about production and how they were all like I met them randomly in Santa Barbara before they were big, and they were talking about how much better Logic was. So I kind of felt like I was missing out, but then I slowly saw more people coming to Logic or to Live, excuse me. Um, I mean synthesizers, samplers, and so on. Um, I'm not sure I follow that last bit. Have you tried making music with gear? Oh. I was gonna say, I was like Gears. Like I don't know if I've heard of that. It's like a bit of software. No. I'd like to. I mean, as you can tell, like I'm sharing my desk space with my bedroom. I don't have much room for anything. I have like a media cabinet where I can put things. Um, I'd love to kind of get into like the tactile side of it. Like that's what I think I gravitate with Lauren so much is um, like the natural feel. Like he gave an interview somewhere. Why? Yeah, from 2012. The videos are gone. That's just. I can't remember if I read this, but it might have been like a YouTube video. I think I was like looking at different different production techniques. Like there's people who break down like how to create sounds like all these people, and I don't really like those types of videos. But it was helpful to kind of like, okay, through the lens of trying to replicate a Lorne sound, like what are my tools that I should be looking at? It's like drum bus, saturator, chorus, and like all these things and how they play together. Like it helped me learn like the sound design a little bit more through that lens. But one of the videos was just like talking about how he records it through a tape and then plays it back with a certain technique, and I don't know, comes up with that like organic feel. I guess I can do it. Fire it back up real fast. I can go to like the YouTube intro. I don't think I ever got it working. I just downloaded it and never got to play around with it. I'm probably going to jump back into design pretty soon. I think I need to come up with some concepts for Mr. Benoit. Where is it? Places we do. Plugins. Not felt. Set transport. Can I put it on the master? This is probably not advised. That scared the shit out of me. Switches volume down. Let's go. Put a volume. Did you hear the starting up? It's clearly not. Maybe it just doesn't work on the master. I don't really know. Supposed to be able to like start it, and I don't. It's supposed to be done in the envelope. Well, this actually isn't even the one I was talking about. This is something I was thinking about doing. This one has it. The other one's cassette, which is great. You need to dive in further to controls, but you can like create all sorts of. Like where it does like different clippings and creates different textures. It can, like this can sound kind of heavy-handed, but kind of like the amp sound of it. So this kind of like contradicts the amp, so maybe it's not the best. But yeah, cassette is pretty sweet. Just decided to switch to music gear to get into a different kind of activity. You know, working all day in After Effects and then opening up Ableton is something sometimes too overwhelming. But if you're using some music gear, it's kind of a relief. Sorry for my English. No, you're all good, man. I was like, your statement about gear was super obvious. I just was not. Gears aren't quite turning. Maybe my extra. Like, if English isn't your first language and you're trying to parse or understand what I'm saying, I'm sorry. I really do feel for you. Um, Probably not the easiest to understand. I talk in circles and yeah. But no, you're fine, man. And I totally get it. Like going to something different and like for me, it was like web design kept me at the computer. So photography was my out. That got me out of my room, got me in the ocean more, doing water photography, got me traveling more. Um, just got me like focusing in different places instead of just like interactive. And that's why it was good, like to see a lot of people. I think the pandemic pushed people into different, more gratifying types of work or creative expressions. And I think understanding that like tech and product design and e-commerce is not that creatively satisfying. It's like the other stuff you kind of do around it that, for a lot of people, myself included, um, it's I don't know, it's life saving to me. I mean, I love having these additional outlets, and that's kind of what music has become. That's what photography started as. That's what music's become. Um, Even doing things like font design, I find very cathartic or just kind of calming um, because it's very process oriented and very just like especially even with like sites like these where you're trying to think of like big pictures and interaction type stuff. Um, it's a certain way of thinking in more like strategic sense, whereas font design is almost mindless in some ways in terms of like you're just it's all about the details and you're doing like kerning pairings and you're just like smoothing out curves and it's creative but it's like mindless and then it's all like micro decisions like you don't have to think about everything at a super high level. It's just like little details and it's like rewarding to see everything kind of come together and then step back and like you have hopefully some semblance of a font. But yeah, I really like doing stuff. Just switching it up, I think, is super important. Have you heard about Alessandro Cortini? I'm not mistaken. Big Boots. I have not heard of him. Look at all those synthesizers. I've not heard of him. Um, oh, he's in Nine Inch Nails. Interesting. Can't play any music, but yeah, I. It's interesting how people will take like old technology and bend it into like how it works into the workflow with like all the different DAWs that we have, like getting back to tape and stuff like that. Kind of wild. Um, but I appreciate like the length that some of these people go to create just like organic textures, knowing that like if you really like live and die by like Ableton and all of its structure, you have potential for a very stagnant kind of flat sounding song. I mean, it's great. Like, they have like all the swings you can add, um, which does a lot. I don't know how to properly use them. So I just kind of like offset things manually. But yeah, like getting some of that natural It's like the J Dilla. I think I always reference J Dilla drums. Like they're imperfect. They're perfectly imperfect to me. That's how I view these drums. So I get this mapping out. So what I really should do with this is something I'm thinking about, is I should make a symbol out of this thing. Group, line, previous, next, forward, controls, count, spell properly, count, active. I should just pull this out. Yeah, that's what it's about. Probably a navigator right now. I don't know if that's the best thing. But put a dark background on this. And so right now it's this size, but I think it's important to expand it out just a little bit. 69. Height, we'll do 140. Just because I have an idea for how this works on panning. So if you have like the free scroll, like if you go up, yeah, I think it might work. Let's do slideshow static. So we'll do, no, it needs to be way longer. Let's do 400. I don't think it needs to be that long. It's not. Certainly outside. I don't know why it decided to lie to me like that. Just duplicate this. So forward. Just call it FF. Fast forward. And kind of what helps with these is looking at how some of these will transition. Some of these little like micro things that I think Ari and I are keen on doing. So like, how does the number count up? Not sure that's totally it. Big. Active number. So again, just like trying to make a habit of keeping my layers clean and everything. Oh, I screwed up again. I don't need that big. Let's see. 200. Should probably just go bigger, even bigger than this, just in case, but now this is not going to set up properly. Weird stuff on top. Instead of doing it again, just going to do it this way. F. And then, so I'm trying to see if there's a way to make this consistent across like all different view styles. Like, how does this work on the scroll? I'm kind of curious. Maybe it's horizontal scroll, but then that's pretty much slideshow. Maybe I don't even need scroll. I don't know. Not necessary. But so this would be paste, reflect. So I still have this clear space. This. You know, if I was really smart, I would have made symbols out of these too. So when I change the design, I don't think this is the right design. I don't have to do it once. And it updates all of these, which then update all of these instances everywhere. So this is, again, just thinking scalable. And that navigator default. This to the middle. Window. Out of there. Forward. Fast forward. Oh, I think we need to do. Okay. 45. Oh wait, no. That's zoom. I do. This is panning. So it's trying to decide like whether these should be any different. Whether zooming in on a specific image is really any different. Like zooming in on a broader grid. That should just be the same thing, just different layers. Not sure. Zoom. Let's zoom. Goals. Let's rotate these. This is like your more traditional, like map looking navigation. So pan. Call this panning. I think these guys. Oh, maybe they both don't go. Just this one goes. And I don't know. This goes away. Maybe these all go away. So this is like if you, this is panning, so you're like actively panning around. It doesn't need to be different. The idea is like if you're scrolling towards the top right, it's going to get pulled into the center. Not until the soul. Whether or not that's right. This one. Oh. I know it's kind of become cliche, but I do wonder if I want new coordinates. So start thinking about like my content type of things. I want a description. Like I don't know if these are things I actually want to write or not. There's no way I'm gonna write that much more. That's one option. Why I'm having this idea. Some sort of like organic type. I think that's kind of become the thing, the through line between my site. About be so business-minded with this, but this is kind of like my high-fidelity wireframes. Not the design, but at least it's accounting for it for now. Yeah, so if it's I think it still holds up. It is like you click these and it kind of just moves you around. Click and drag up. Like this pulls down into the center. I don't know if you go like at an angle what happens. It doesn't have to go into the center. It can just be that I mean, what if like the two three that way? It's kind of underwhelming. I could just so the plus. It's kind of like what we did on Ari's site. I'm sure it's been done many times. See, like down below, hovering over that. You know, it's just like, well, what if it just like bends? That's like literally. It's like we literally did this on like a call, and I was like, well, what if? I don't know, ridiculous. The nose pad on my glasses is coming off. Bad days. So I think the zoomed. So zoom panning. This is the one that needs to rotate. Zoom. Oh, excuse me. I don't know. I mean, maybe it just goes away altogether. Really, it's- zoom panning. To pan, you're not zoomed in. Still click into something. Panning, so you're clicking and holding. It's just the same. Kind of like the idea of like them just like aligning. Doesn't work as well as I thought, unless try. Kind of weird. So like kind of like comes together and like becomes the sum of the two sides. Not terribly mad about that actually. I think this is kind of the secondary one. Kind of weird not using right angles. It was a little soft. But I think that could make sense. I think I'm going to take this as an opportunity to. Oh, I'm probably. I'm not going to do it. All right, you can do it. Like actually showing how it works, because I think it's going to be like the only thing I'm thinking of that's going to be complex is like, do they not? I don't know how to animate in a way that extends it until they're like fully aligned and then it extends. But if it's happening so fast, it might seem okay. What if now what would that be like? That's technically 45 degrees. I was thinking I could have it live there, but the problem is, no, I can. If it just like snaps to each one, you could potentially skip that. I just don't know if I like the overlap. There's really no safe space for it outside of like down here, which to me just feels like disconnected. I don't know if I really like that. All right, got it. Making a point to not be on my phone when I'm doing these. Um, so I can always remember this. It's like super straightforward. Zoom plus panning. see. So zoom. Alright, kind of thinking about this interaction again. Maybe that's the edible kicking in. I don't know. Bitmap. So again, I'm just going to flatten this. This is not ideal. It's a state, so I feel alright about blurring things. But I didn't blur it somehow. So this gives me the option to come in here and blur, motion blur, 45, minus 45. Hit it hard, moving. Should be zoomed. There you go. So that's how we get from that to that. Well, another idea. Pattern over. Go. Image. There's no pattern. I want to make an angled crosshatch lines. Do it myself. I create a grid of these. Two. Oh, it's going to calculate it that way. That's annoying. Not what we want. Offer an idea that I'm not totally sure is going to actually work. Mask. So from the mask picture, so one of the properties. This is the same bullshit. Doesn't like when you rotate them. But is it going to be on a half pixel? Of course it is. So I can just keep going. I can just do it even. It's kind of close. Question is, how did my eye do this? You're wondering why I was. Let's see. I'm curious, did I get this right? You can say distribute. Oh, maybe I did get it. I don't know what that's about. It's good enough for me. Uh, or say, so if I want 3, no, I don't know if the aspect ratio is good. It's 160. Take the mask off of this. Subtract these. Get a mask out of that. I'm spending too much time on like the little um, so the idea I'm thinking of is like as you move, it's kind of like a background auxiliary. It knows where you're at, broader sort of experience. Wow. Of the image. So it's kind of like a little mini, like this is your zoom window. This is where you're going. Doesn't look great right now. I don't mind. I really don't mind this. I just think how it's interacting with this, even though this is like kind of an in-between state, and it would start in the center. I don't think like that proves me it's not great in this execution. And it doesn't have to be off to the side. I thought it'd be kind of nice if there was a system for it in the middle. Realistically, probably the same. Even if I move it, same size. So idea, yeah, it's basically this. It can just move around, but I'm just trying to think what the relative scale is typically going to be for like full res um, to like the screen size. all right in some instances, as long as it starts center. But the problem is it won't be able to control whether it's there. Put it in text. I did like the 45-degree bit. I wonder if, because this is here. I wonder, it'd be wild if you could do like the center position X and Y coordinates. Coordinates. I'm pretty sure there's a way to do it. You mean you can absolutely calculate X and Y position to like a decent amount of digits? Just whether you can do it here. The idea being I don't know if it's degrees. I don't know what the unit is. Pixels. That necessarily works. So this could be like positioning, and this is your coordinates or like direction. So it's 45 degrees. North, northwest. I don't even know if that's, that would just be northwest, but whatever. You get the idea. Actually, because I'll go both and shift them. I was gonna say, like, trying to think about how that can like move the least amount depending on like what direction you're thinking about. Well, sorry, I just like totally was thinking about something else halfway through. um, yeah, so I'm thinking about like if you change directions. Again, I don't know if direction's computable. I'm sure it is if you can just kind of determine what angle it's going at, but I don't know if you can have that spit out a value. One thing is you change direction a lot. Whether it might just need to be northwest. If it was north northwest going to northwest, then that like that's oscillating back and forth. So I'd have to like commit to a certain number of characters and numbers for both. Basically, we want it to be smooth. It's, I mean, that sort of jump probably happens in, well, I don't know how they do it. I'd be curious in like a compass. I don't. I think it's just a straight swap. Oh, so they don't even give it. Yes. Okay, so they did what I thought they were going to do. It's kind of funny. Just you think the same. Like it's like exactly what I was thinking. Is that they center align it and they center off of the degrees. The degrees is like the focal or like the center point of both moving bits of content. Um, so regardless of how many digits are in the degrees, or if they go north, northwest, that's the other thing. Stupid me didn't even realize like it's of course it's going to change between north and northwest. You're not going to have north north. Um, so yeah, I guess just to be used to that kind of moving, or move this to the center. I don't know what this other data point is. Feels like a lot. this? How big is this? Smaller. I don't want this wrinkle. It's just kind of an auxiliary thing that could be kind of fun. I don't know what to... I wonder if under this here, this is like the image name. It is small enough where it should be able to hold up. So this will need to. Let's see the rule. Hi. Oh. It's because it's off the canvas. Oh. Yeah, that's not good. I didn't realize that those were off. That's why. So now these are in the canvas. For the artboard, excuse me. I love your work. Greetings from Colombia. Thank you, man. Really do appreciate it. Wild to hear like the reach, like where people are from in this. Also factors into what the best time is for everyone. Yeah, welcome. Hopefully you can. I was saying earlier, someone else who's English or English wasn't their first language, kind of talk in circles. So if it doesn't translate perfectly to Spanish, it's not you. It's definitely me. It's not you. It's this is the lines. But I don't know if it's actually on it, but I can just union these. Unions are really just folders, but it lifts some of like the fills and stuff like that. So I kind of like just doing it. Mask. Just want to adjust this guy. This guy. Oh, that's too wide. There's no way that's someone's screen aspect ratio. It's like kind of falls in the same like meta as like your position in the grid. I mean, I could get like really weird, put like sectors in here. I think I'm just going over the top now. Yeah, you can't do dashed fills. This is basically a pattern. I think that's over the top anyways. That's enough to kind of convey it. Although the border on this is not. It's gonna do. Oh, the other thing, like if I use this as a symbol, like it's okay. No, this should be, sorry. My brain's all over right now. That out was kind of kicking in a switch. but I can update this with symbols in the design. So ideally, I'm doing something that's a little more representative of the actual length, but I'm not seeing a ton of concern, and this is not something I think will scale. The fact that it's so lopsided is a little weird. I'm totally sold this actually. But small. Like Twitter doesn't cry if they see me do this. Oh no, small phones. Yeah, the overlap just doesn't make sense. I think this. I don't like that. What if this is something that splits? Scale 50%. Okay. I still want that, but I don't need that center space cleared out for the meta anymore. Center. Sorry, just thinking about some of the different interactions for this versus how you navigate series. I don't do a lot of horizontal scroll. That's the only thing between. I mean, I do it at like. I do it on a project level. I typically like to think of details as more vertical. Just because, like, for me, the analogy is like laterally is more like decision making, just kind of like looking around. And I don't mean it that literally, but maybe I do. Like you're kind of browsing, and then vertical is like you're drilling down into it. So that's kind of how I've looked at it. And I know there was a way Ari was talking about how we could uh, actually leverage something we were doing on his site that we did initially. I think. Let's see it. Save this. Um, uh, this like grid transition. So I'm trying to think if there's a way that we leverage that because I think it was the transition in and out he just really didn't like, which is why he killed it. but this was sort of an afterthought. Like we didn't. I can't remember who came up with the idea first, but um, yeah, he was just playing around with like the transitioning of that main image into the one below it. I mean, I love the idea of like let's say these are um, like these are different categories. So this is category browsing here, where I mean it's really not that weird to get into. Like, what if you're just at a category level and trying to just look around at a high level? So you could zoom into gallery images, gallery headers, and then have the option to click into detail. I don't have a strong need to kick people into categories. But at the same time, if it's not painfully obvious, they're potentially missing a lot of. I'm kind of thinking now. If these are the view options, and they're just viewed differently. Series is kind of its own thing. They can have our brains going all over right now. Put on Chrome real fast. Just want to check something. What? Studio. What's that? Alright. So yeah, just thinking about how this could be viewed. Like categories. It's almost like stories. The series and categories, like what's the difference? Well, hopefully the series tell stories, so why not just call it stories? Grid is like grid's like everything. I want it to be like a high level view of just like a quilt, kind of like in maps view. Um, I think a lot of photo sites do it, but I really like the idea of uh, having a bird's eye view to just kind of pan around. And then I think it'd be interesting to think about like what happens when you click into an image. How do you get them into that category so they see more, or do you just let them browse randomly? Or randomly. They have the option for categories elsewhere. What Ari's going to say about loading all this stuff. Have you? No. Just going for that. So you can do like bird's eye view, final review, and act. I don't think anyone would know. I don't. I guess it's like semantics. But I want to say like all. I've been kind of bad with verbiage in my navigation. Get my shit together. Compass. Kind of interesting. Given the this is like directional. That could be a working time. How even plays into the directional aspect of it. It's exploration of the catalog. I think this should visit content. I don't think cards can be part of this. Maybe store link shows up eventually, and I have that on the Webflow site. Oh, I'm not back in desktop. Sorry. But yeah, it's JW. Back arrows. I think I'd rather have that. I mean, definitely not. I think I've contacted the footer or something. Aiming would be so I want to change these to categories. Categories. I did it backwards. I didn't do that in a smart way. I gotta get rid of these. I'll probably just leave these. Oh, I have a few options there. So what I definitely want to do how I can do it. I was gonna say make a symbol out of the text and then have it as something that I can update everywhere, but the default is none. I feel like categories. So just, but again, something that's representational. Again, main goal is getting Ari something to get started on. So these details don't really need to be ironed out right now. And like clearly the nav design is not. I think whatever this plus is, there's going to be more to it. I think I need to think through animation. Sorry. Yeah. This grid view, I think, should be way more. So this image grid scale. Yeah. Good. That's a bit too much. Absolutely. It's not much smaller than that. I think the spacing between it could be interesting in terms of how it's done. So I have collaboration. What am I looking at? Spacing. Grid exploration. So it's like some of these, like, I don't know if this is something I can just lift. No, I can't. Sorry, I'm not really saying much to that, but some thoughts in my head. So, how is that the bounding box? But I can't see. Trying to put this all in fills. At least it's recognizing the full bounding box. I don't know why. I put it at an opacity, like didn't recognize that there was all these images there. Strange. Bottom. Let's duplicate. This is again quick. Don't judge me. I mean, you can. So a little overwhelming is what I would say, especially with some of the pinned content. So what I might do is fill. Well, this should actually be one. So it blends in with the background. It should, but it's adding a green. It should be at all. Background. Not my images, but gets the idea across. I mean, it's already pointing out. The thing is, like with that sort of like lack of visibility, when it moves, it'll be much smoother in terms of sticking out. Like there's contrast. I think there's like motion contrast as well. I don't know if that's just like a bullshitty type term. But like the contrast between something that's stationary and moving, I think can really help with legibility. So if you can do little offsets, and even if the contrast between like the background and foreground color in that instance isn't very strong, it's what I'm looking for. It's cumulative. It like the more you see like shifts in contrast between like the text and the background, like you help kind of your mind helps define the edges a little bit more, or at least that's how I notice it. So this be this. Yeah, this like organic of a grid, I just don't think is gonna work. I like this, but I still think it can be pulled further. Yeah. Scroll, like I'm struggling to see the benefit of a scroll. The other thing to consider, this, maybe it needs to shift a little bit. So like the compass navigator is, how do you zoom in and out? This. A good solution. Just zoom in and zoom out. Or at least, how do you indicate it? No, it's how do you access it? Is the biggest problem. Indication should be a problem. No. But there is a good one. Unless there's only I can make like a clickable zoom option. So it's a status indicator and a button at the same time. Thinking about like 4 bars that scale up. Cell reception almost. Might be weird baking too much into that center. So this isn't a custom cursor. This is stationary, but it reacts to a drag. I mean, it could become something that sticks with you. I think this might become a little cumbersome. I think that's something else to consider is like how does the custom cursor interact with this, if at all? What is the custom cursor? So many questions. There we go. I had a weird idea. This is something of what hash marks like, but I'm nervously playing with this week. A swastika. Nope. Nope. Isn't there like a crop? There's like a plus that makes it's like GPS coordinates. I'm sure it's going to be crosshatch. Jesus. I can't even deal with that right now. Oh boy. Um, living, living. Next one, G one did. There you go. I mean, I'm trying to do like this grid sort of thing. I don't know where like the cursor is, like where it has variable width like that. I don't know how that translates to a plus. It doesn't. God damn it, I like how it all has those details. And so something like that, it's like I love it. I was kind of onto the same idea, but now that I've discovered this is exactly that, like I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't. um, I don't know how to reconcile that one. Oh, it's definitely not whatever this was. That was getting good. Maybe it's just. I don't know. Do the opposite day. Fuck. Accent square. That was kind of a happy accident. I don't know what it means, but. What's 100? Oh, it's 100. That's not going to show up. Oh. I think probably, but. So. This is on the half pixels. This is I don't. How do you change the size? Zero. Split that. Zero. Zero. I don't think that works nearly as well. That is just the cursor. So segment. And goes to this page. I don't like how it never puts it in the right spot. What? I think this needs to be more obvious, like going back to the full site. I think clicking this should go back to home with a photo. Right. Maybe I don't. I don't know how that works with linking. But if I like theoretically this is JW.S/photos, the home button would take you back to the home page. Because literally every other page does that. And it's kind of weird to just suddenly shift that. I don't know if it's on hover. That's just overthinking it. And this should just be like contact or something. You know what? No, we can't put. I doubt we'd be able to pull in. Yeah, we can't connect the cart. It's not technically on my site. I was gonna say what's wrong with going to the cart, but we really won't be able to view a cart. That's partially the problem. Unless they set up a whole separate store, and I definitely don't think cart wants to do that. Yeah, I mean it's just taking up space. That's not what I want. That's not bad. This could be another alternative for this view. So the way you navigate categories. It goes straight into like a pan sort of thing. Maybe the stories has this sort of like linear progression where it's going left to right. It feels like a film. Most of that. This is stories navigation. Categories. Review. I'm going to be right back for 2 seconds. So I can run to the bathroom fast. Probably grab a snack. Give me like 5 minutes or so. I'm going to keep going too. I'm going to do a little testing of the social. Kind of see what happens. Plug the tweet. Or plug the stream. And of course, feel free to share. But yeah, I'll be right back. There we go. Let's see. Where was I? Yeah, I was thinking about some random stuff. Sorry, it took a little bit longer. Yeah, back to it. So I think what I really need to nail down is the different view modes. I think if I just nail one down in terms of like the interaction and how it works, that would be a good start. And see, the thing is, this is just one concept. Like, I feel like I should do more exploration than kind of. Well, I think I need to like iron out the details before I call this one. But I'm not mad about it. I don't want to overcomplicate things. I think there could be a nicer way of like doing this lateral scroll in terms of like what the actual transition is. I think this like zoom out, kind of just like horizontal, like that's whatever. A million people have done it at this point, so I think there's a more dynamic way of doing that. This is still here, but go back to the other page. Yeah. Just thinking. Like, where does the position? I mean, we were trying it before in the middle. I like it, but I don't think it makes any sense. I think it's like the. No, it's kind of the other thing is like focus and zoom being tied together. I don't know. Or no, it's flexible point. Flexible point. So it just has arrows. I thought it had like we select the coin on like where it's gonna focus. It's just like these little brackets that show up. Portion of the screen, but I don't. But I think it's top right. Or no, I'm thinking of the review mode. Alright, this is. Eye auto focus. Maybe I'm crazy. We're not going to show someone. I could get my camera out, but it's like all the way 15 feet that way, so no, that's not happening. Well, I don't know. We'll never know. I'm pretty sure that is in the top right when you're reviewing images and you zoom in. That's kind of like the position it gives you. And I think because this is not interfering with this, I might like want to bump up the what's it called? The active area. So it's a little more apparent. And I don't think, just for the sake of this, comping that it makes sense to have it perfectly centered. It's going to be like fully random in terms of like where it actually is, but I mean, well, this image, whatever. One thing I'm thinking, so zoomed version. Well, flattens. This bitmap, blur, motion blur, 5, let's say, it's 45. this is the zoomed in view. I'm just wondering like how you get to the zoomed in view from compass view, stories view, categories view. It should all be the same. Just how you get there is different. I'm just thinking like if it's really necessary to have like an intermediary step between this and this detail view. I think there is. You're gonna want to see full screen first and then have the option for zoom. But then so we need to make that good. Something like this state. I mean, it'd be cool if it was just like a zoomed in view of this. So, whatever image you select. It's gonna get wild, but fucking massive. Computers and all this is too much. Fuck. So you click in. Zooms to that part of the grid. Because I think if we're gonna have the full view, I want to contain the aspect ratio as much as I can. So if you're trying to get a full view of it and think of it as a print, I don't want it cropped. That's kind of unfortunate. So like a controlled view like this, I know I was doing it here, but I think this is probably more of like cover images. So you're not looking at it as like a detailed image. So the fact that some of this is cropped off the top and bottom will be okay. With this, doing like a detail view, I don't know if I really want full screen as the middle ground. And then click in for even more full screen. I for sure appreciate the idea that like this is more immersive, this feels bigger, but I don't know if I necessarily need that. Let's add the cursor. I mean, that was what was going on there was kind of what I was thinking too. This is something Ari is on board with, but sketch. This might be kind of overdone as well. I don't know if this is really going to be the answer we're looking for. wish those red lines would go away so I can see them. Okay. I don't know about that. Those two things commingling, which is not cursor. Which oh, this looks like a twinkly star. I don't think that's fucking it. Yeah, it's just gonna look like a fucking star. I doubt it's even gonna be seen. How much is that? Change this to. It's almost kind of confusing having this navigator in the middle and this custom cursor. It's almost like it should be a default cursor. Or make this a custom cursor. I don't know if that's like pretty chunky, bro. Custom cursor. And I like that it's informational and functional. But I think it serves better as like a click. Like creating the understanding that this is a grab tool, so you can pan. It's a click tool, so you can just paginate. If I lose the click, almost like if I did decide to make this a custom cursor, what I have to do is say here. And cursor. So then this really has to move out. Right. So again, the idea is like, I don't know if this one is the mapping. What be the mapping? So again, using the same like, well, this would have to be different with rotate. I mean, this specific one couldn't work. So let me see. Let me turn this on. Go to. So then it's either like you move around the grid by mouse position. And as you go into these quadrants, that's the direction it goes towards. And it's kind of, there would be directly left. So like split these in half probably. Let's do if there's like a zoom, like what that button is. This is where it's like I don't mind it being kind of not obvious. So then, left. So that's right. There's a room to rotate here. Or if that's just the direction we make it go, it's just. You hear that? Loud. I think I'm just overthinking this part. It can move the angular lines. I just don't know if there's any purpose for like a middle area where you can do like clicks to zoom in and out. Because this is constantly the cursor. It's a bit much. This can go. Otherwise, its standard cursor would be like a grabber. This is just to show it's like it's a standard grabber. I don't want to Google grabber. That's why I'm not going for it. I can grab cursor. Just like that PNG. Your PNG, right? Fuck, none of you are PNGs. I lose transparency. That's just stupid. Just give me a standard fuck. See, I'm like, no, you son of a bitch! I knew it. I got fucking got. Oh, it sucks. These are actually PNGs. Oh. I gotta check something again. Okay, just checking on something. I have too much stuff. Oh shit! Someone subscribed. I can't read it. Fuck. Sorry. Whoever subscribed, thank you. And if you're in Twitch chat, I should have said this. again more recently. I cannot view Twitch chat right now. I'm trying to figure out a solution for it. Um, every time I pull it up and I try muting the tab, I hear like an echo. It's not great. So, yeah, ideally, if you can just view on YouTube for now, that's ideal. But so if you weren't here last time, that was the first time I multi-streamed. So right now it's YouTube and Twitch. There's some little complications and things I still need to iron out, but I will be getting better about it. I'm not sure which are people or which one's like the preference amongst people, but it seems like Twitch has gotten more like mainstream appeal than it was when I was first looking. So I'm open to that. I think there's a lot of tools that are kind of nice for like creating clips and stuff like that. But yeah, that's just something I'm thinking about. So I apologize if someone's been in the Twitch chat. I mean, since I just started it last time, I didn't think too many people would be in there. But and there's like the multi-chat. What's it called? It's like the multi-chat window within Streamlabs OBS, but my iPad's just 5 pixels too small, so I can't actually see it. So right now I've been looking for 5 minutes on how to get grabber. Son of a bitch. Yes. Stop. No. Stop. Really? That was way too long. Okay. Wait, no. This is here. These would be point. I just don't think there's a. I don't know what should be there. Like the plus. Unless I divided it, the like plus at the top, minus at the bottom, but there's no. There's no way to. Try to see. I can't. I'm trying to say. One of those days. Oh. Okay. If you're just joining, it's not always this painful. I promise you. Feeling pretty special right now. Streaming this low. So I apologize. I am better. 10. This, I mean, the hit area for this is tiny. This is going to be not good. There's no point. This is so small. Yeah. Maybe. It still feels like a stretch. People liked hated my small fonts before. Hold my beer. Taste of this. Even smaller. I don't know about that. That seems extremely questionable. I feel like there needs to be some, if I'm gonna have like such parity between drag and click, it seems odd to just like leave it behind for such a core functionality. At the same time, I don't want to have like an auxiliary element that's just purely for Zoom. Like if I can consolidate this all into one sort of spot. That'd be nice. Dumb idea. Potentially, probably dumb idea. Almost certainly dumb idea. Got rid of this. I don't know what goes in the middle. But what if I had like a dial? And this guy. Go to vectors. Oh shit, what am I doing? I'm doing this backwards, aren't I? Yep. That's exception. I kind of like the line, that line. Not what I was intending to do. So I'm trying to make a mask for this. That's the right one. More or less what I was going for. Whether it's like, I don't know if that reads as a graphic though, is the problem. I mean, it most certainly doesn't. I mean, it almost looks like an Ableton Live dial. Yeah. Not intentional. I don't need this. You like clicking. Almost like they have to be two separate things. I just don't know if the cursor idea works. I don't know. It's getting away from me right now a little bit. That it's not helping. It's sort of like analytical thinking. I think so I think I have some semblances of some ideas. I know I don't want to go with this rigid. Nice. So if I think about the compass flow, so if I'm trying to get Ari something, there's, let's say, zoomed out. So I do this from time to time. So she's gonna start like thinking of different flows of different sections. I'll just start adding these titles off the top. I don't think that's anything that crazy. So I'll need like a load in. So compass load in. It's not this. Just zoomed out. Let's just try to do the mapping. There we go. Um, I do wonder if it's better like this. What I'd rather people. Compass is like, in my thinking, it's a high level view of them. So I want to show the range. I want to show the different like color grading styles, the different subject matter. Um, it starts wide, clicks into this, and words are hard. Look into it again. That's how you get to the detail. Feel thing. But not the yanking. Oh, that's because I did the crazy scale. That's why. Oh, it's brown. That's so strange. That's better. Fuck. Oh, that's the image. Which one? Oh, because it's locked. I can't see. Really, like for content purposes, like replicate this. Just two, five. Oh, why? Oh, that's because that's still bad. That's fine. Always a reason for everything. I think the immediate incongruency is this a clean grid or is this an organic grid? Is it ultimately resolving on something like this, or is it like even more yeah, it's almost like two different options. This could get interesting. There's just so many. Yeah, it's moved all over. It's default. I don't know about that, but so the vignette's there to try and add some extra. Like it adds focus to the center, but it also helps create a little like separation between some of the titles and the background. So I don't know how I'm gonna do this. It's gonna have to be pretty random. Like whether or not this is just like kind of like a random generated grid. These are all like unsplash images. That's oh. This. Why is that? just removing structure from it. And again, think about like density as well. The fact that there's double images so close together is not great for comping purposes, but so yeah, really removing all semblance of a grid, but I don't know. I think the spacing's too far. This is something that would need playing around with. And is that really my vibe, or is it more like organic? Like this feels like some of the type treatment here, like it's structured, but it's not like super flat. So I think I'm gonna kill this right now. I don't think that's ideal. And I'm sure could be nice about this is like we create rules around the placement of this grid that there's always one at least. So either it's above it, below it, left, right, or at any of the angles. So then you can always have one to click into if you really want to. So you can click into this, it goes there. You can click this, it goes there. Drag freely. But I think we'll want it to snap in the center. Actually, I don't know. He might not like that. Oh, shit. It's been brought to my attention that I didn't switch over. So, thank you, Tyler. It's good. You really didn't miss much. All you saw, all you literally didn't see was me making this organic grid. That's just like I just basically started dragging shit and moving it. And yeah, this is not the vibe I want. It's like this mirroring closer to like what's on my website, general type treatments, structured but non-structured. This is the one where we can sort of create a system where there is image, let's see. Image to the right, left, top left, middle. Basically, so there's always one there that you can click on if you really want to. But the idea is that you'll probably want to just click on this. This is more central, or you'll just start dragging. This zoom thing, I just don't know. The only thing I can think of is like leaving the zoom as it was. Should be no right now. Zoom. Let's go back to selection center. All these are. All right. This needs to be. And zoom. I mean, always, but I see. Oh, the W. That's why. That's stupid. Okay. Did I duplicate? I did not. So this could be a duplicate option of what I'm thinking is maybe the scale's a little bit bigger. There's always an image resolving, and you can oscillate between like the two states of like zoomed out or zoomed in. So this would just be minus. This could be fluid. I mean, it's not like if I'm trying to convey a concept, there's enough for us to talk about with compass. I'm thinking about stories. It's almost like I want like a list view. So if I want to think about stories next, another one, I'm gonna like the landing experience that I can go over. And then if I had categories. And one thing I'm also debating is like, do I really want a landing experience and a categories and a story? Like, landing needs to be one of these, and I think it should be compass. I don't feel strongly enough about my categorization to think that it's anything meaningful. Like separating images from like sea and surf, it's kind of arbitrary to me. I'd rather people just kind of visually browse and see what they're responding to. I think that's more powerful than seeing like the details. Like, oh, it might confuse people though. It's like if it loads in with this full screen image and then like zooms out to the full grid. So then we're only preloading one XL image plus all the thumbnails, or at least portions of the thumbnail. I don't know. It's gonna have to be all of them. It's kind of not good. I got a lesson on this from Ari about preloading images with WebGL, and it's doesn't work well. Kind of have to lock everything preloading. You can do like canned animations and stuff. But user interactions are gone. So like let's say I have, what is the count right now? 456 images. I don't know how we could stagger each loading. I mean, I have like a really weird idea. Like leveraging this again. This. Have to go down here. But having like quadrants and like preloading quadrants. So like if you scroll into, I guess not quadrants, sectors or whatever you want to call it, like it'll preload those blocks. And so we might have to like lock things if you go too far off. Maybe there's a way. I was looking at I was talking about Unreal Engine 5, about how like if you're in a world building, it'll like partially load everything that's around it. This one might be less because it's not as much. And these are even less. I don't know how you like partially load these. I think it would be like the ones that are around here. This would probably all be the same. These would be I guess all of these would be. This wouldn't be loaded at all. But this is what I'm thinking. Like this would be one. You think about like sectors as screen or like viewports. You'd have to load everything around it. But once you go to viewports, that's when you couldn't preload that many images. I mean, you can, but Ari is probably not going to get on board with that. Like his portfolio is all about performance. Mine's kind of both. I want him to be really happy with it too. And I think it's just, if it's not considerate enough of development, then I don't think it's going to be a fun thing for him. I've already floated the idea of like doing non-performant things for the sake of a better user performance experience, and he doesn't want to do that. And I don't blame him. So that's where I need to be mindful of it. But this was kind of a dumb, useless exercise. Just put sector loading strategy. I'll remember that tomorrow, I think. So we have the compass, maybe the landing page, stories. I mean, if I'm looking at, let's say, I like this. It's almost like giving myself these spreads to do these custom layouts. You apparently can't copy artboards and paste them in different documents. That's asking a lot. I decided to. Oh no, that's the. So stories. Top wonder if it becomes something like this. It's just like a grid of. It's almost like it's all within the magazine, and you're viewing like the spreads that introduce the story. Technically, it'd be like a cover, but well, I don't want portrait. Might as well just lean into like the magazine, call it a 2-page spread. These are all. Just gonna do something stupid and create masks out of it. You know, I'll try that. So this will be stories as well. So this is where maybe the like click and drag trying to figure out how to finish that thought. I don't know if I'm done. Like the click and drag makes sense for something like this, and where it does that like zoom out, so it like scales and pans, and then just kind of like pops back in. Was it weird to have this one be like a clean grid and this one be organic? I feel like Compass is kind of like, in my mind, it's an exploration type thing where images are. I don't want to get too cliche, but it's like they're where you find them, where you take them. It's kind of all over. It's not super predictable. And these are also, like, just in thinking about it now, it's like these are the selects from a broader grid of images. Like, I mean, there's the idea of doing like doing categorization within Compass could be a solve. So maybe it's really only Compass and stories. So there's like a browsing mode, and then there's a series mode that's more editorial, more custom. And then that's less development for Ari. It might make more sense. Honest. So Compass is the landing. And then stories is this curated collection, curated series with real ones. Otherwise, I can't think of a reason for purely category, outside of being a little more simple than this. Maybe that's like the boomer section. Do like Compass landing stories and then categories is like the more straightforward experience that people understand. Could just be like a nice to have. Just because ideally, like whatever the stories will have the same sort of zoom as well. Yeah. It's here. A little more organized. This is like kind of an alt. So what I start doing is like stacking vertical flows. It actually varies. It depends on how the site's structured, like what makes the most sense. Sometimes they'll do the flow is lateral and then iterations are vertical. Sometimes they'll do horizontal iterations and vertical kind of like dives into each section. This one just ended up this way. I don't know. little separation helps visually. Um, this could be kind of. It's still like the same sort of like browsing mode. And it's just like I could put categories in Compass. I could put view modes or browse view modes on stories. So it could be like a list. This is like a left side list. But like I don't really have. The only thing I'm trying to reconcile is like if I have a new series that I want to point people to. Like how am I adding new ones in? Is there a way to create logic where it just kind of like spirals out? And the further out the spiral it gets, the longer ago it was? I don't know. Kind of makes sense in my head. Because really the most recent ones, all I want to bring attention to. The rest, it's like just discover it. And if I have the same persistent, whatever this correctly to call this, that could also be property. And this one could have like the thumbnails in there. This one could even like, I don't know if it's how hard it is to move those little blocks, but that was something we were looking at on Ari's site was like a mini version of that actual grid in the panning. So this is one of those things where it's like, it's not the worst to reuse it because we ended up killing it, but maybe it's not. I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. That's basically what I'm trying to say. Like it's alright to reuse ideas as long as it kind of makes sense within the broader context. And I think it does. Also, considering I'm working with the same developer who built it entirely before, so hopefully he saved it. Just reuse that, and he's halfway done with my site. Assuming we can kind of reconcile some of the issues he had with it. But it's TBD. I don't think I have any covers. Alternate. Let's just do. I know. I like that. Well, you know what? It's fine. I'm not gonna put like time into making fake covers. That's kind of stupid. Or have them all look the same. I actually prefer that they don't look the same. I think it's just. So this would have the zoom. There's no need for that. I'm gonna give you pan cursor. This is like your drag. It stays the same. Okay, cursor. You're going. Kind of makes sense. But then again, like the actual details. I mean, this is 5 hours into this thing. I don't think I'm gonna crack all the usability concerns with this. So then if you go into the story, how do you, I mean, is it obvious enough to click anywhere? This isn't a custom cursor. I just don't know about the whole like moving of things. Like if it's gonna stay, I don't like. I like this idea, but I don't think that's probably right. It should be like if you're gonna click. Listen, okay, so never mind. This is when you're dragging. This drag. So if you're already like moving it, if you're like, yeah, if you're grabbing it, it can move. But once you let go, it's going to zoom back into whichever one. It's like this numbering system doesn't necessarily make sense. Say like view detail or like explore or something underneath. Oh, objects. Explore. Some space. No. Might not be obvious enough. Because then theoretically you should be able to click anywhere and it'll zoom into it. I don't know if that's going to be what's understood. Yeah, I feel like it's pretty obvious just because of the position. It's so central, like you can't fucking miss it. And it never moves. And you can fully navigate without anything else. The only thing I don't really like is like having it being such a 360 sort of like browse this, but not having those arrows to go up. It should be zoomed. That should be plus. Zoomed. Oh, I never. What? 45. Ever click in, drag, execute. I just feel like this is not right either. This should be these names are getting stupid. I'm just doing quick passes on this. Do this. So don't worry if this is giving you anxiety. It's doing the same for me. It would like have to rotate. I don't know how that would work. I'm sure there's a way of rotating and moving position. But again, I think that's more nuanced detail. I think the answer is there. It's just maybe I'm not going to crack it right this second. but then getting into this is not compass dragging, this is stories dragging. All these views. Five. Stories. 10. Yeah, no, this should be it. This. Get rid of this. This is like a cover. Oh, I wish it wasn't. It's like that. So I can do this again. Then if I look at pulling in some tone on tone type stuff, or whatever custom background I want, feels right. Time. So this should be. So this is scrolling. Ideally. Clock, right? I feel like this is the scroll state. I hate to use something that kind of started with and was shit talking. I mean, it's just as possible to do. So this is the landing detail. Let's say this is the next dimension of this. This gets kind of crazy quickly. So I don't know if I need to. Yeah, this is standard static. So this is where the count makes sense. This is where the left right makes sense. I feel like this needs to be like an exit though. Someone just subscribe. Someone did. But Ricky, yes. And again, like if you're on Twitch, I'm gonna try and do this real fast. I'm gonna deal with the echo so I can try and at least pull it up. Bear with me 1 second. So I can't see the Twitch chat right now. Let's go Chrome browser. I'll just go back here. Spin with the edge. Twitch. So you're. I don't know. You might not hear it. Let it mute it. I don't know. You might not hear it. Let it mute it. Is there a way to launch chat? I don't think anyone's been here. Yeah, I don't think anyone's there, so I'm still gonna figure that out. Bear with me. But I think this is kind of a figure out. So this is story drag. Dragging story detail landing. Another option is to just cut it off at some point where it's like maybe I make all the titles left aligned so there's a little bit of a cutoff here, or room for me to like pull things in a bit more. Still live? Yeah, still live. I'm trying to get this in a decent spot. I went on some tangents. So yeah, this is by far my longest stream. I don't know what I'm at in terms of hours right now. My guess is like 5 or 6. I don't know where you left off. Joe, I am streaming on Twitch. Wait, is this gonna do? I still have it muted. Let me pull this out to a different tab. I probably should have done this in the beginning, but thank you for the reminder. Appreciate it. So, Twitch stream. And if anyone has any preference, I'd just love to know. I don't know how to do a poll, or if you can do a poll in YouTube and stream in Twitch. Or I don't know if that's a Streamlabs thing. Hard to tell. But yeah, right now I'm trying a month of both to kind of see what makes sense. Right now I'm not really sure. I've been plugging the Twitch stream on my site, so I don't know if that's driving more people there. I've got like 12 subscribers or something. But YouTube right now, or last I checked, was something like 305 or something. So, I mean, it's still not astronomical numbers, so a switch is not like, I don't know, gonna set me back a long ways. Like, I'm still, someone made it. Yeah, and I can't read it very well. And there's different, so those are the default notifications for Streamlabs, in case that's kind of confusing. What does a zombie running have to do with anything? Not much, turns out. So I need to go through, I'm gonna do like custom designs and shit for all that. And I wanna do like, I don't know how far I can push the CSS. Like if I can do like chat overlay in my own font, stylings and spacing, it's like, could be a lot of potential to make it kind of nice. And way more restrained than a lot of Twitch design that you see out there. Because it's just like video gaming and like bright flashing lights and all this crazy shit. So, the viewer experience is better on Twitch, but YouTube makes it easier for content creators to keep their streams, from what I understand. Yeah, that's my impression too. I think I was kind of talking about that last night I streamed. Yeah, like Twitch was made for streaming, so they have a lot more tools in terms of like clips functionality, the interaction between community members on the stream. It's a lot better there. I think YouTube's just late to the game, and so they're trying to add all this functionality, but it's really slow to roll out because they're Google. But yeah, maybe I'll keep it. I mean, it's like $15 a month or something like that, so it's not a huge deal. I do want to spend a little more time once I get this kind of off my plate. there's other like small tasks like that that I need to kind of dive into and understand. So yeah, appreciate the input. Like that's any input in any like anything. Like sometimes it feels like I'm just kind of talking to myself, which I think I was at one point earlier. I don't think people expected me to go for 5 hours, so they were just like, they only listen to me for so long. I think, and yeah, like I did several streams all by myself for a while. So the fact that anyone's here, like I'm pumped. The fact that people aren't just dipping and those are growing is also kind of cool. So, um, so I'm trying to figure out this drag. Let's call it this. So this is dragon. I'm trying to think of the best way ending. So this will be next button. Here. So it could just be like, I hate to use such a direct reference because it has some similarities of like, maybe not. I was thinking like the Canals website. It just feels the same. Like there could be a better opportunity to do something more interesting. And, I mean, interesting isn't always, or different isn't always the answer, but I mean, if you're thinking about like a magazine, maybe it's just like fold over. I don't know, where these like free scroll, stop, and then the next one goes over it, catches there, and like once they catch, that's when it goes to the next one. But I don't know. We'll see. I'll go where the people are. Sweet. Appreciate it, Arjun. Um, yeah, it's. I mean, there definitely are people here, which is great, and I think there's some people who are routine people who come back. Like Arjun, I think you've been here super early. Um, but yeah, oh, there's also the Discord, which I haven't had a chance to post in. So no matter, I don't know if what's been going on here. I apologize. Invite people, copy link. So this is the no ISO Discord. It's like I think I got into one of the other streams, but I think using that as the de facto Discord for the stream might be good. There's some people talking about it before, seeing some value in it, and I was kind of explaining what no ISO was supposed to be in terms of like the collaboration and the communication of people across different disciplines, but also at the same time, kind of scary in theory, but like heavily moderated. Like it's just some design communities get super toxic, so definitely want to avoid that. So could be nice. I don't know. I'm not really pushing it. I haven't like the channel groupings are super early on. I think there's some ideas there that are okay, but whether they're actually useful or not, I'm not so sure. This would be next. This would be fast forward and drag. Ooh. go. I'm wondering if it's going to be too weird for like a slow pan. So these are like play buttons, and this is fast forward. And then so these two. Out of here. So if I do swap, it's like a play button. And the idea being you can't zoom in when it's playing. Maybe you could. I don't know. I think you have to stop it. Click, you stop it. Or if you click here, you stop it. That's where, like, I don't know. Some of the places I think the like less than 90-degree angles is kind of nice, but I think in that instance, like having the hard corners and like kind of hitting home like the analogy of like what that is in terms of like it's kind of weird because it's blending analogies. It's like it's trying to be magazine spread, but it's also trying to be like a video controller. Strange. Cross pollinated. Not necessarily against the. Okay. Copy. Tell if it's forward or not. Okay. So this could be. I'm just thinking through some of these things. So I think the next button, so this is play. I'm changing. And so like as I'm thinking about this, I'm just kind of trying to think through all the interactions and how, in my head, like how, like what results from a click, and as a user, how are you feeling about that? Is that surprising? How do you get out of that? How do you get back to where you were? And just kind of identifying gaps is kind of where my head's at. So if this is play, it's just going to autoplay the story at a cadence that, I don't know, we can determine by view width, because that's kind of, I might be view height, probably. But that's needless details to think about. But yeah, if it autoplays and then fast forwards, you can kind of get a quick view. You can always drag. So you can. Only thing that's also weird is that if you have that play button here, well, yeah, I guess it's different because I have them off the top corner. Okay, good. Because this is much more like a left-right. The other ones are kind of like, it's almost like either an expand or it's like an all arrows out. And this is where like the design language may need to evolve a little bit more than just these. But yeah, I think it's starting to kind of make sense. Ending, play. And, I mean, just the same as play. This could be scroll. The only difference would be the state of the navigator. This would be static. But is a zoom in useful here? If it's already full screen, why do I need anything on top of that. Unless I somehow allow people to like view an image only version, it strips out all the design, but I don't think I want that. So scroll or drag. Question marks around that. I'm not totally sold on that. Drag might need to be something like this, because that's how drag is being established here. So it should have the same expectation of what's going to happen. I think in terms of an idea, giving the editorial style, having play, something I can talk to Ari about, something with fast forward, something we can talk about how the zoom in works, if it all does, and how this coexists with this. And this sort of zoom state. And the idea of this navigator altogether. I don't know what he's going to think of that. Because it's definitely not ironed out. But the beauty, like the thing with him is like, I can give him kind of like 3/4 baked ideas. Like there's gaps in it. More than likely, like it could be right, but I haven't had the chance to like fully iron it out. But I think it's good to involve him because he's good at like kicking around different ideas. He's got like entirely different perspective from a much more like analytical stance. Um, so not being too attached to like fully ironed out ideas. I think that kind of happened on this other collaboration a little bit. Um, we collaborated on it, but then I spent time really like getting invested in the details and making sure everything absolutely works when I can kind of lean on him a little bit to meet me halfway and come up with some ideas of like, okay, you know, like we can create a system around this navigator thing, like it can rotate or it can't rotate, like those sort of things. It's I'm very lucky to have like someone doing development that can help out with those sort of ideas. But yeah, and he's like all about kind of like I think this is getting towards like non-traditional navigation in some sense. I mean, it's all been done in pieces. Like, there's nothing brand new about this, but maybe the way it's all kind of mashed together, I don't know if it's been done, but uh, he loves just kind of exploring something new. So I think that's the thing is like if it doesn't totally make sense, then we're onto something new, but we just need to like validate like whether the base idea is any good and if it's actually technically possible. So I might call it here as kind of like day one. Um, so kind of came in midstream. Like I started with literally an empty sketch file, no plan on anything, and I've kind of talked through what my thought process is, how I want people to experience different things, priority of do I want people to see a lot of images? Do I want to see a couple images in high fidelity? Do I want stories? Like the nav framework, I think I'm pretty happy with all of them. The only thing I can't really think of is like whether categories is necessary or not. It may just be redundant. I think pushing it to the end is probably where it'll go. Um, I think there needs to be like some better end to the compass. This needs some like thinking. I think the general experience is there, but like if it's the landing page, I don't know if landing on like this far out of the grid is ideal. Um, and like maybe there's a potential of looking at scale discrepancies on images within the grid, whether I create hierarchy with some of my favorite images. Um, Also thinking about how I do series. There's not many I want to show, but a couple. Um, and if this like turns into video also, I think with some of the color grading and stuff I've been doing, it would be kind of cool to show like somewhere in the story it's just like a video slide, and so does this break flow of things? I don't think so. I don't know where it fits in the compass view is the only problem. I don't know if we can do like inline background videos like that. Um, like if there was, probably couldn't do video playing, but maybe like a video indicator. Maybe video becomes a case for categories. I don't know. All things like I think I'm still very new to. Like again, started this today and didn't even start thinking about it until after I started this stream. So a lot of these like questions on how this fits into the broader picture, I'm not totally sure on. So that's why something like a browsing experience, it's pretty like independent of a lot of those things. It would be ideal if I had the answers up front, but yeah, kind of winging that a little bit. It may pivot a little bit, but I'm feeling kind of okay about this so far as like a first step. The idea of like the navigator in the middle, disciplines, all that stuff. So something feels a lot more refreshing than the typical website. It's trying. It's like I don't know if this whole system of navigator things really work. If it works as a custom cursor, or if it's something that's permanently fixed in the middle. And it's again, maybe it's the component, like how it's all compiled is something a little bit different. But like horizontal scrolling's been done, drag and zoom's been done, panning around's been done, this grid's been done. But maybe bending it to my purposes is a little better, or not better. So I don't have that kind of an ego, I promise. That kind of difference. Maybe make it my own. So, yeah, my throat is kind of dying right now. This is by far the longest stream, and so I mean, if people are still here, I don't know what the old numbers are. I appreciate everyone who's come through in the chat. I think it's been an interesting stream. I will definitely say that. But my plan is to, so from here to run this stuff by Ari, kind of my top level ideas, see what he's thinking, and from there get his feedback, and try to understand what he can bring in terms of like filling in some of the gaps on things. Like some of these interactions between here, but from there I want to kind of have another stream where I kind of go through what we talked about and have next steps. So I think I'm literally gonna like take a break, eat some dinner, and then record a video for him, just kind of sending over like rough ideas of where things are at, and see what he thinks. I won't be surprised if he tears this fucking thing apart, but you never know. So my goal is to literally show everything with design. Like, I'm even wondering like if I do something that's like a small fix based off a comment Ari has, like I just fire up the stream for like 20 minutes and have like literally every second I spend on this on a stream. It may bore people, that's for sure, and I might try and mix in like a photo stream in between, or do like music production like we're talking about earlier. I think that's not too far off. It's definitely a priority. I just have some things to sort out. So, well, compared to the thousands of startup websites out there, it's super cool. Love the attention to detail and specification. It's not too loud. So, thanks, man. Yeah, that's definitely the line I'm trying to walk. Is like something unique, but something that's not like trying too hard to be unique. And I think with some of the ways you can kind of browse between this stuff, again, another instance where like the content is the hero in this case. So how do I not interfere with it too much? And I think it's a start. We may need to make some compromises and figure some things out, but yeah, that's part of the fun. So I'll be back maybe tomorrow. I don't know. I still haven't gotten any emails that I'm aware of, kind of going into whether it's going forward or not. Hopefully it is. It's really fucking cool. But yeah, I'll be back probably tomorrow. Again, trying to get more consistent. Again, I'm going to work on getting the schedule together. I know I'm behind on that stuff. So yeah, I will see